It gave us a great sense of how we could host a final here, and that's why I took us this side. I just want to thank Julie and Roger for the opportunity to host you here all today. I'm sure it's going to be a cracker. I'm sure we're going to have loads and loads of fun. It's wonderful to see the children along of the South African team. It's all about family and friends and creating memories, and I'm sure you guys, your families are all rooting for you back home, and those who are here with you are having a good time too. So enjoy the rest of your time in South Africa. I just hope, guys, it's going to be a wonderful final. Western Province, we're in our 160th year, and you're pleased to be playing on the Wally Oval, named after one of our previous captains. And yeah, it's going to be a cracker of a day. And thank you very much for being here. Please enjoy it and take home some wonderful memories. Thank you. Thanks, some formal thank yous. First of all, I'd like to thank Roger Long and all the team members and all the supporting organisation.
gentlemen, and welcome to Western Province Cricket Club. It is the Wally Oval. 12 days ago, 12 teams gathered here in Cape Town to see who would become the best over 40s team in the world. And here we are, 10 teams later and 41 matches. We find ourselves at the ultimate, the grand final. It is South Africa taking on with New Zealand. Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Wayne Takendisa. Alongside me is the great Jim Morrison. Jim, what are you looking forward to today for this final?
Looking forward to everything, Wayne. Thanks very much. Yes, I am Jim, and just want to make a special welcome to all the viewers in New Zealand. We're really excited to have you guys tuning in, and in fact, wherever you are around the world. I'm sure we've got some Aussies. We're getting into prime time there, and of course all the South Africans. So it's going to be an absolutely sensational final. We're at the best venue. We've got the best folks doing the pitch vision coverage. Wayne, of course. We've got Imtiaz, Siva, Bundi, Leah, Sarah. Have I missed anybody?
Not at all.
It's
the whole pitch vision team there.
It's the full works. And settle in for a wonderful day of cricket. Importantly, we should say, South Africa won the toss and they elected to field, which means that New Zealand will bat, of course, and the New Zealand openers will be coming out very shortly. So wherever you are, settle in and enjoy a wonderful day's cricket.
And there you go, on your screen, the host nation, South Africa, walking onto the field. They came to this competition, coming to this final, 5-1. They only lost coming against New Zealand. Do you think that affects the way they come into this final?
Absolutely. New Zealand will be very confident, having beaten South Africa just down the road a few days ago at Claremont Cricket Club. That was an exciting game. It'll be a different approach from South Africa today. I think where they went wrong there is they were a little bit slow in the middle overs. So they've made some personnel changes, and I think you'll see a pretty attacking South African side today. Their strength is with their seam bowlers, and that will be a very key part of this match. The first 10 overs of both innings, we're going to see the South African seamers Daniel Steyer, Jaco Castle, Johan Fourie, Lundi Mbani, all excellent bowlers, but they're coming up against some heavy scorers. We've got Hardeep Singh taking strike for New Zealand. He's the second leading run scorer in the tournament. 397 runs he's scored at almost 80. Greg Johnson has 2 centuries as well. Both of these batsmen have 2 centuries. So it's a real titanic struggle between probably one of the best seam bowling attacks against one of the best batting top orders.
Yeah, Dan Steyer, man with the ball in hand, as we spoke about. Hardeep Singh, 397 runs, 250s, 200s, a man in good form. He has failed to score against the 2 better sides he has played in this competition. Yeah. Is that playing to his brain today?
Well, that's a very important point you make, Wayne. The 2 teams, or the 2 best teams that New Zealand have played have been Australia and South Africa, and Hardeep has scored 1 run combined in those 2 innings. So he's got a lot to prove. He's a very good player, and he's confidently taking strike now. It's going to be Daniel Steyer steaming in towards us. Here we go.
Well, the money first up, Dan Steyer, back of a length, getting him to push back is one of the quicker bowlers in the competition, is Dan Steyer.
Well, he is, but I think he might be a little bit negated by this pitch, which already after just 1 ball looks slow. So Claremont was a lot bouncier and faster. So I just wonder if this slow wicket might negate some of the advantages of the South African bowling attack.
2 slips for Dan Steyer, and is looking for that swing, just strays a bit outside the 2 wide lines. Umpire stretches his arms. The man on your screen right now, Greg Johnson, he's been the rock for the New Zealand batting lineup.
Well, he has. He's been the foil to Hardeep. Hardeep is a very flamboyant player once he gets going. Greg Johnson, very solid. He's the sort of guy who will look to bat right through this innings.
How about that strike rate from Hardeep Singh, 122.53.
Yep, he is a dasher. He will hit anything at any time to any place. So obviously today he'll be looking to settle in. He's not a crazy batsman. He's very calculating. He looks at gaps, not fielders, and he's a real thinking man's cricketer.
So getting a little bit of bounce here is Dan Steyer. I mean, this wicket is one of the slower wickets we've played on the competition, but he is seemingly just getting a little bit more bounce than we've seen this whole tournament.
Well, he's a genuinely quick bowler, Wayne. I'd say he's definitely the fastest bowler in this tournament. And that one, yeah, he did dig it in and it went through Hardeep at chest height.
How important is it for him to start off well for South Africa?
Well, he is so crucial for them. They do have excellent bowlers to come, but he's the strike bowler. He's the sort of guy that they won't mind if he goes for a few runs, if he can just slam through a couple of wickets. He's got a really good fuller ball. He bowls a lot of batsmen. So yeah, he's crucial, and so equally it's crucial for New Zealand to try and negate that. Hardeep Singh's underway. He'll be happy. He got a duck against South Africa the last game. So here's Greg Johnson, South African born.
Only the right channel now, just needed to get it a little bit fuller after those first couple of deliveries, and he's gotten it on that right line now, has Dan Steyer.
Well, what he does, Steyer, is he does like the short ball, but I think he uses it more as a way of setting up the full ball. He likes to push the batsman back and then put in that really good full delivery that targets the stumps.
Shot. Leans into that one, but good fielding to start off, and that gets everybody in this Wally Wilson oval going.
Yeah, well, that's Greg Johnson's strength, is the drive. He gets a lot of runs through mid-off, cover, extra cover. Yeah, he's strong on the off drive. He's scored a lot of runs in this tournament. 234 at an average of 78, 2 centuries.
Again, looking for that magic ball. This is Dan Steyer. This time no swing whatsoever. It goes down the leg side. So a third extra in this over already from South Africa.
Yeah, he's a little bit erratic, but he is trying to bowl fast. And I'm not a fast bowler, Wayne. I don't know if you are, mate. But sometimes when fast bowlers try to bowl fast, they do bowl wides. But if he doesn't know where it's going, then the batsman probably doesn't either.
It's a fair point. Last ball of the first, 10th ball of the over.
Now, we've seen a couple of shots in that first over from Greg Johnson that just suggest that the pace is a little bit difficult to assess. So, an important phase of this innings will be, in fact, of this match, I think for every batsman, will be taking a little while just to get used to the wicket. It looks green on top, but also a lot of cracks in the wicket. So New Zealand captain Peter Connell, he was very happy to bat first. He would have batted first had he won the toss. He feels that the pitch will break up later in the day. But he also said at the toss that there might be some movement early. And as we see Jaco Castle warming up, he's the sort of guy who can get movement off the wicket. Not quite as quick as Steyer, but he's very accurate and he swings it. He's the one who got Hardeep in the last match, nicked him off for a duck, caught it keeper. Very similar delivery to that one.
Yeah, good shape from him to start off. It's not a college gentle pace, but it's not as quick as Dan Steyer, so it would be a bit of a relief from the batter's perspective. But yeah, definitely more swing through the air from Jaco Castle.
Well, that's where Castle can become dangerous, because the batsman might just relax and think, oh, he's a bit slower. But he is accurate and he does swing the ball. So whereas Steyer might be trying to blast batsmen out, Castle will be looking to think them out.
Yeah, that last one pitching on just about off stump and then just shaping away. Good lead from Hardeep Singh, but Jaco Castle letting him know that was a little bit close to his stumps. Good to see that aggression. 8 balls into the innings. Well, there we go, the magic ball we were talking about. Just a tad too full on that point, and he gets a leading edge. Does a Hardeep Singh, it goes to point. Abdul Aziz Timur down there doing the fielding.
Well, you mentioned his aggressive nature, Castle. He's a very feisty man. Even in warm-ups, we saw him maybe losing his cool or using his cool. some extent, so expect a little bit of niggle from him.
Yeah, he can't do that twice in a row. Looking for that magic ball. Last one did swing this 1,000 down the leg side, and fourth wide ball already.
Yeah, so quite a few wides from the South African opening bowlers so far. These balls do swing, Duke's balls, but they're just gifting runs to New Zealand at the moment.
Good bat from Castle. Probably needs to stick around that line, maybe just move it a bit to the offside. I mean, you were at the last game that South Africa and New Zealand played. It was about that game. How did that go?
Yeah, that was at Claremont, which is probably a better wicket in the sense that it had pace and bounce, which I think suited both of these teams. And in that match, South Africa scored 224, I think, from memory. New Zealand were 23 for 3 chasing, and it was a magnificent partnership from Scott Mara and James Marshall that saw them come home in that game. But I think a couple of features of that match were that the South African innings lost a bit of impetus in the middle. They started off aggressively, slowed down, so they probably should have scored another 30 or 40 runs in that match. And then point number 2 was the assertiveness with which the New Zealand middle order played despite being 23 for 3. Great to see so many people tuning in and leaving comments on the YouTube comments. It's a great way to keep in touch and let us know what you think, so keep those coming in. We'll read out some during the day. Okay.
Yeah, he'll be happy with the start. Well, Jaco Castle wasn't all too bad. Just maybe straying down the leg side. You can see there, as he's saying. Oh, and then a cracker of a ball from Dan Stiers to start off the second over.
Well, that's probably the best length for him. He does bowl short and he does bowl full, but that's the sort of length that's going to catch the edge.
New Zealand's played a couple of games here at Wally Wilson, haven't they? What sort of score are they looking at? Oh, got him!
There is the edge, just like the last ball, a little bit fuller perhaps that time from Stier, and Greg Johnson going for his favoured drive, gets a tiny feather through to the keeper. First blood, South Africa.
Yeah, first blood, South Africa. You spoke about his strength being the drive, and he goes for the drive that time. Just a little bit of movement from the air, and it just nips away, swings, and it catches the edge. Easy catch for Vernon Moorman behind the stumps.
So that's the breakthrough. Well, hardly a breakthrough when it's only in the third over, but it's the early wicket for South Africa. They blasted through New Zealand's top order in the round robin match. They had them 3 down for 20 odd, and again they've had an early one. Daniel Stier. Let's have a look at that one on the replay. Yeah, it was probably there for the drive. It was fullish, but just a little bit of movement away, I think. And Greg Johnson, it is a productive shot for him, so fair enough. Going for the shot, just didn't quite get over to it enough. And this is a very crucial moment. This is James Marshall coming to the wicket at number 3. He's had 2 big innings in this tournament. One was 78 against South Africa. The other was an unbeaten 100 against Australia. So against the 2 strongest teams, he's held New Zealand together. And if South Africa can winkle him out early here, that will give them a huge advantage.
Yeah, just to add some context to that knock against Australia, it was in the semi-final as well, and it did help New Zealand get through. He scored 103 not outs. His team was looking for 178. Plays well. His first ball just opens his face down to third man and just runs that down for a single. There's definitely a lot of swing on offer there for Dan Stier.
Also, another point about that century is that he was dropped at slip when he was on 1. So he's looked very good in the tournament, but although it may sound contradictory, he's also given some chances. He's a free-scoring batsman. He looks to be positive. So this is an intriguing period of play with 2 attacking batsmen against 2 attacking bowlers.
Shot. Very late cut. Don't think it was there for the cut, but that's Hardeep Singh for you. He'll find a way to maneuver the ball around the park.
That's right. He plays shots that other people don't, and he plays them to balls that other people don't play them to.
So he's only on 2 of 10, so he started very watchful as Hardeep Singh. But this is a skipper, and that's a very decent leave that from James Marshall, quite close to the off stump.
Yeah, all of South Africa's bowlers are very good, but I think New Zealand will feel that this is the most crucial period. You see, he's averaging 52, which is good. It's not exceptional, but the 2 key figures there are the 150 and 100, because they both come against the good teams, the better teams in this tournament.
Oh, streaky that. A little bit aerial, but finds the edge down to third man, and he'll get a single. And that'll conclude a very successful over from Dan Steyer.
It was a bit streaky, that shot from Marshall, but one thing that he talks about a lot is positive intent. He's not going to let the bowlers bowl to him. He's not going to let them settle. And if he takes a couple of risks en route to countering that, then that's a trade-off he's willing to make. So it doesn't always come off, but that's how James Marshall will play today.
So 3 gone, 8 for 1. The 1 wicket's that of Greg Johnson. Yaku Castle will look to get himself on the wicket column as well. Probably one of these 2, especially somebody like a Hardeep Singh. You get him early, you put the New Zealand middle order into a little bit of panic. How about the crowd here at Western Province Cricket Club today? Shot. And good work as well in the field. That's Johan Fourie there, the big lad, just throwing his body around and just keeping that to just a single. Good running from the pair.
Yes, good running, and yes, the crowd building up on the Western Province Cricket Club Pavilion. I'm sure we'll get shots of that during the day. We're expecting all the teams that didn't make it to the final to come along and watch this game, plus with South Africa playing, there will be a lot of local support. It's a great venue for this. There's a nice bank that runs around a lot of the field.
Shot. He's finally found the gap. There's a chase on here for Abdul Aziz Timur. Will he get there? He will get there. Fantastic work on the fence from Abdul Aziz Timur, and the crowd loves that too.
They do. That'll give them something to cheer right in front of the pavilion there. Good diving save, inches inside the boundary, right in front of the big crowd. So that will give New Zealand encouragement for the good shot, but also South Africa encouragement for the good fielding and the enthusiastic response from the crowd.
Four just pushed over that to extra cover for a dot. What you didn't see in that shot is the great running from the New Zealand pair. Yet again, they get 3 off of that.
Yeah, both of these batsmen have had calf injuries, and reasonably serious ones. So to see them running freely like that is a good sign.
That one does not swing at all, and it just caught James Marshall in half. What a good ball that was from Yaku Castle.
That's right. Made him lose his shape slightly, Marshall. Yeah, like you say, it may have just gone straight through. Marshall perhaps expecting the swing. He's just practicing the shot that he should have played it.
Yeah, his hands were just a tad away from his body for that shot, and I think that's probably why it went through the gap between the gap of bat and ball. Bat and pad, beg your pardon. And then this time it's just soft hands, and he runs that down to third man. There's a bit of a chase on there for Dan Steyer, but he will get there and restrict them to just a couple. Geez, the running is good from this pair.
It is good, and they will push hard. They realise that that's a really important phase or an important factor in this innings. So Marshall up to 5 now, so is Hardeep. If Hardeep does bat deep into this innings, that strike rate will rise rapidly. But 14 for 1 after 4 overs, definitely advantage South Africa.
And they'll look to keep the pressure on. The last time they got 3 wickets early against New Zealand, and it just allowed the New Zealand batters to settle. And that allowed the New Zealand team to not only put on a big score, but eventually chase the score down. This is Steyer continuing. It's short, it's wide, it's a hit me ball, and that one is racing to the fence for 4.
Yeah, you said it, Wayne. Hit me was what that ball asked Hardeep to do, and he graciously accepted the invitation. It was short and wide, and he's let a couple go through early on while he assesses the pace and bounce. But having done that now, he's not going to let bad balls go through.
As a fast bowler, we spoke about it, there is the tendency of just trying to bowl it short and fast, and that time not getting it right. It's where he needs to be. It's the back of a length, corridor of uncertainty, get the batters thinking whether they need to go forward or back. But he needs to get rid of the short ball today.
Well, I think it still has its place. It just has to be well directed. He did get 2 wickets against New Zealand in the round robin with deliveries that you would say were on the short side. Good sign for Hardeep though in this over, the ball hitting the middle of his bat.
Yeah, he hit that one very well. The sound sounded very great off the bat, and he wasn't too pleased. That one went straight to the fielder as well. He was obviously expecting full purchase for that shot.
He's the sort of guy you want to get early, Hardeep.
Oh, inside edge. This one will run down those. Yeah, through for a single. And just back to your point, he's had 6 innings in the competition. 2 of them are very early. The other 4, he went on to make big scores.
That's right. And he's a big match player. He's played a fair amount of first-class cricket. Grew up in India, played for Jammu and Kashmir, which is a first-class team over there. And of course, James Marshall played international cricket.
Inside half of the bat, and just noticing that the fielders are right on the edge of the fence and they're able to get through for a single there. Good running from the New Zealand pair.
Edge of the circle.
Edge of the circle, beg your pardon.
Just to answer one of the YouTube comments, yes, former first-class and international players are allowed to play. Most of the teams don't make any special dispensation for them. They don't pay for them or anything. But if those players want to put their names forward, they're very welcome to. South Africa have a number of former first-class players. New Zealand have about 3 or 4.
Late bit of swing there from Dan Steyer, just a hint of it anyways, and Hardeep Singh just looking to feel for it. He'll be lucky that didn't get a piece of the edge. It's 5 gone. It's 20-1.
And let's just take a moment to describe the conditions here. The sun is peeking out a little bit more. It's been slightly on the chilly side, probably a 2-layer day for a lot of people. There was cloud over the Table Mountain range over to our right. That's slowly lifting. And the sun is definitely brighter than it was 20 minutes ago. So I think we're in for a very pleasant day. I don't think it'll be hot, but a good day for watching and playing cricket.
Here's Castle, he continues. And is right on the money yet again. That one just fended off to the point region for a dot ball. He's 0 for 7 from his 2 overs. He's a little bit more consistent so far as a start than Dan Steyer.
That one also looked to keep a little bit low. He's a shortish man in the context of the other players in this match. So let's keep an eye on the bounce.
Shot. High-class cricket shots, just understanding that the fielders are on the 30-yard circle. Get it over. And that's an easy couple for you there. Although there was half a chance for a run out on the keeper's side there, James Marshall just taking it a bit easy.
So a couple of things to note there. That's an example of Marshall trying to take the attack to the South African bowlers. He's going to play shots that will try and throw them off their length, even if there is a little bit of risk involved. Also, he doesn't look to be running particularly freely. Just moving a little bit slowly, coming back for that second run, so that's something else to keep an eye on. That one's hit really firmly up to mid-off. Better shot than the previous one, but can't get a run.
Yeah, keeping those fielders in the covers very busy is James Marshall. Did speak about him loving that drive, loving to advance down the wicket. And he does exactly that, and this time it's an inside edge. Did that carry through to the keeper?
No, it didn't. It bounced in front, and that might look like a bit of a wild, crazy shot from Marshall, but it's calculated. All he's trying to do is throw the bowler off and not allow him to settle onto a nice, easy length. We've seen this a lot from Marshall in the tournament. There's obviously a risk when you play shots like that, maybe an inside edge onto the stumps. But it's good positive batting from Marshall.
Castle has been on the money here. It's just kept it just a little bit full, just asking them to drive, and he's got the fielders for those exact balls that he's bowling. So he's bowling to a plan right now, seemingly anyways.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be being thrown off by Marshall's manoeuvrings.
The cricket is high quality there from New Zealand. Drop and run. Again, the awareness to see that Abdul Aziz Timur right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. The single was on. It was maybe a hint that it could have been, but it looks like he was safe the whole way.
Well, it's really good fielding from South Africa as well. Abdul Aziz Timur was sensational in the round-robin match. That would have been very close. He's very good in that backward point area. He did effect a direct hit run-out in the round-robin match. So New Zealand will need to keep an eye on him. I'd say he's probably South Africa's best fielder. We've seen him do a dive and chase on the boundary already. And of course he'll have a role to play with the ball as well, with his spin later in the day.
Ooh. I mean, we did say this, he is going to look to attack the bowler, so some of the shots may look like he is getting a little bit cramped and is looking to free up, but that's a normal James Marshall shot.
Yeah, in the context of this tournament, that is how he has played, and he's been successful, so no real reason for him to change just because it's a grand final.
Ooh, just a little bit of extra bounce on that occasion, but he rides it well, does Marshall.
That was significant extra bounce, Wayne. From a length that really popped up on Marshall. So we've seen some keep low and we've seen some rise up.
It's been the nature of the Cape Town wickets so far. I'd say most of them anyways for the duration of this competition. Yeah, just a little bit straight on that occasion is Dan Steyer. So well played by James Marshall. This South African opening pair they've bowled in tandem, but they've tended to be a little bit on the expensive side. Doesn't seem to be the case today so far. Just a couple of extras here and there.
Yeah, I think conditions do suit the two bowlers. It's definitely not a batter-friendly wicket at this stage. It may become, or it may change throughout the course of the day, but for now the bowlers do have the advantage and New Zealand will need to respect that.
A couple of gentlemen walking in front of us, not too far into the idea of a final. A couple of South Africa's over 50 players who were in the World Cup final last year. As we see that one is again a bit of extra bounce from Dan Steyer, just cramping up James Marshall a tad.
Bounce and pace. There's no one else in this tournament bowling that fast. I can tell you that for sure. New Zealand don't have anyone that quick. Australia has some very effective bowlers, but not that fast. So Steyer is a notch above, and even hurrying up a former international batsman like James Marshall.
And he goes to try and bowl it a little bit quicker that time, and that's when it's going down the leg side. Good work by Werner Moorman, just to keep it to the wide.
We've got viewers all over the world tuning in today, and in fact out of the world. Stephen Kennedy says, greetings from the International Space Station, currently orbiting over Zambia. So
that is amazing.
I can see you up there, Stephen. Yep, wave Shout out to you.
What a catch! That is unbelievable from the man who you just said has been amazing at the backward point region, Abdulaziz Timur.
Yep, just talked about him. He's a sensational fielder. We've seen him on the ground and now we see him flying through the air to take a screamer, and that is a crucial moment in this match, Wayne. South Africa have taken the second wicket and they've taken the aggressive anchor star batsman for New Zealand, James Marshall.
Oh yeah, that is a massive wicket. He's the captain, he's been the rock, and that's a big wicket, and you needed a moment of magic to get rid of somebody like him. Wasn't particularly a great ball from Dan Steyer, was there to be hit, but what work by Abdulaziz Timur at the point region.
Let's have a look on the replay. It was shortish and wide, tried to get over the top of it, couldn't. Can't quite see the actual catch being taken. You can see Timur lying on the ground there, but he clung on to it. It was a really good catch, extended full length to his right, and the South Africans will be absolutely thrilled. They've made 2 early breakthroughs, and this one the more important because these 2 batsmen are starting to look a little more comfortable, and New Zealand have another recovery job to do. Nick Horsley coming in at number 4.
Yeah, he comes in at number 4, 145 runs in the competition, averaging 29, strike rates of 86.3, a best of 71 is his only 50. He'll need something around that region, maybe a little bit more now, just to help his South African team.
Well, he's made starts in most of the matches that he's played. You see that 76 that came against Sri Lanka, so not one of the strongest teams, but it was a good innings. He's found it fairly easy to get in, but then he's found himself getting out as well. So he's got a really important anchor role to play now.
Well, it becomes very important now for South Africa to get rid of Hardeep Singh as soon as possible. They've gotten 2 of New Zealand's anchor batters.
Slammed away for 4. So Hardeep Singh, he always plays the way that he plays, regardless of the situation. That was short and wide, and he cut it away. So he's had plenty of cutting practice so far this morning, and that's his second boundary, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the second boundary. Just whippage from him, really. Just flick of the wrists. Didn't have too much bat lift and just whips that past point towards the trophy that New Zealand are chasing. It's had 2 full. Warren Dugmore there, one-handed pick up and throw, but I think Horsley might have been comfortably in.
Well, he's struggled with an injury as well. I'm not sure if it was a calf or a quad for Horsley, but he missed a game due to injury. Most of the New Zealand players have had some sort of leg injury in this tournament, as well as a little bit of gastro. But no excuses. 15 of the 16 were available for selection today. And Nick Horsley, the only left-hander in the New Zealand top and middle order. Now you can see fielder there at a wide first slip. That's where Horsley was caught against South Africa in the previous game. It was off Steyer, a short delivery that he fended off, and it was a great catch by, I think, Kyle Schmidt from memory. That looks like Schmidt there at the wide first slip position.
Oh, just a bit streaky, but I think that was well timed from him. He knew that the field was on the edge of the fence, and he knew he just needed to get it over. That one is racing to the fence for 4.
That was a beautiful shot from Horsley. Just flicked it away. Real quick hands. We saw him play a similar shot against South Africa in the round-robin match, but this one was nicer. Watch it here, just angled in on his pads. Very nicely hit in the air, out to the boundary for 4. That's one of his strengths. He's also nice on the off drive, and he can pull well too. But like a lot of left-handers, he looks good off his legs, and that'll give him plenty of confidence.
So the loss of the second wicket, seemingly not affecting the New Zealand batters. They've taken 9 off the very next over.
Well, I think the 2 boundary shots have been there to hit. Ooh, and there's that off drive we talked about, a little bit aerial. The mid-off was wide. So they'll take 2. And it looks like Horsley's going to play positively as well.
So that's a good over there from New Zealand. They take 11 from it. It's 2 for 35 after 8 overs.
Keep those comments coming on the YouTube page as we see crowd building up more. There's a great family atmosphere here today. And the sun is shining. If you are in the Cape Town area, come on down. There's plenty of room. And it's going to be a wonderful environment, atmosphere, and hopefully an exciting match. We're seeing wickets and runs already.
Stand and deliver there from Hardip Sig. Barely moved the muzzle in the bottom half of his body and just used his hands. Fortunately going straight to the fielder, combination of Mbane.
Yeah, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he is starting to look a little bit more comfortable, Hardeep. As I said, he is the sort of guy that you want to snick out early, because once he gets going, you can't have enough fielders to stop him.
This time just decides to fend it off. He is now the leading run scorer in this competition. Up to 412 at this current point.
Yeah, good point, Wayne. And unless something extraordinary happens, he will remain the leading run scorer, as this is the final game.
Oh, that one just wide away from his body. Umpire looked like he thought about stretching his arms, but seemingly that one is the legal ball.
Yep, we got the 2 best umpires in the tournament officiating today. Daryl O'Sullivan, he's on your screen there, standing at the far end. Peter Tate at this end, at square leg at the moment. 2 Australians. The umpiring appointments for the final were done based on feedback from the team captains throughout the tournament. So these 2 umpires were judged best umpires on show and therefore appointed to stand in this all-important grand final.
Taking his time is Hardip Singh. Maybe just understanding the situation a bit. Just go after the ball that is there to go after.
Yeah, well, he's the sort of guy, as I said, he just plays every ball on its merits, and the South Africans are bowling well, so he's going to respect that. But if they do err, look out.
It's not going to be this ball. It's a fantastic end to another beautiful over from Dan Starr. His tail is up. He's got 2 wickets. It's a maiden over. 35 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, 2 batsmen out so far. Greg Johnson, he nicked off to the bowling of Daniel Steyer for a duck. And James Marshall, who was starting to look good, got himself to 9 off 20. Caught to a sensational diving catch at point by Abdulaziz Tamoor. Also off the bowling of Daniel Steyer. So Steyer slicing through the New Zealand top order again. 2 for 14 he has.
Castle needs to come back. Last over went for 11. Couple of boundary balls. It does start off with just a little bit of width there, but Horsley just poking that out to Smith at point.
Nick Horsley does have 3 first-class centuries to his name. Averaged 35 at that level in his 44-match first-class career. And as I mentioned earlier in the tournament, he played in an under-19 World Cup over 20 years ago for New Zealand, and now here he is at an over 40's World Cup. So nice symmetry in the career of Nick Horsley.
Shot.
That is a beautiful cover drive. Head on the up, fluently through the gap between cover and extra cover. That is a very pleasant shot. Shot of the day, I'm going to call it so far. Wayne, would you agree?
Yeah, definitely shot of the day. I don't think I've met a left-hander who does not play a good-looking cover drive, and casing point as we watch this replay, just uses his arms, really just pushes that, and that's a lovely shot. Finds the gap as well. Chase was on, but fielder wouldn't get there. Better length.
Also the line, he was tempting him, I think, Castle, tempting him with width, maybe trying to get him to play another expansive drive, but Horsley left it alone. Watch out for that wide second or wide first slip position. I think that's where they're targeting Horsley.
I was just about to bring that up. As we see that one a lot straighter, fended off. I was going to bring that up as you run the risk with just the one slip, and it's very wide. You do run the risk of just the one edge just flying wide and racing to the fence, but clearly a risk South Africa are willing to take.
Well, that's where they got him last game, so it's probably the only weakness that they had time to identify.
Oh, this one again a little bit aerial, but it's wide of the fielder, and they will turn and come back for two. Johan Fourie, the man giving chase. It's one of his strengths, as you said earlier.
Yeah, no timing in that shot though, and it was a little bit aerial. But Horsley survives, and New Zealand have made it through to 10 overs. They are 2 down, but in the round-robin game they were 3 down for 23. As you see a beautiful shot of, is that Cape Town University there? Is it up on the hill? Yeah, it's a wonderful piece of architecture, that one. We've been driving past it pretty much every day. It's set against the Table Mountain backdrop, and really spectacular old buildings there. You've got the Rhodes Memorial halfway up the hill on the right there. Looks a bit Roman. Plenty of beautiful scenery in Cape Town.
Oh, just goes too straight. He does a production down here on the fine leg fence for just a single. It's 2 for 15. I think Dan Steyer probably his best start so far to a match in this World Cup.
For Steyer, well, he might argue that his bowling against New Zealand last week was a little bit more ferocious. The conditions were maybe more in his favour, but he's got the 2 wickets today, so yep, arguably.
Oh, just a smidge more control as we see that one. He's been getting a lot of swing off this ball. This one doesn't, just cuts across the batter. It's a good leave, that's from Horsley.
Yeah, he still seems to be bowling at full tilt. Does Daniel Steyer into his 6th over now. It's a good endurance from the South African opening bowler.
Oh, guess that bouncer we spoke about, him keeping that one away. He's already got a wicket of one, and this time it was a well-directed one.
That was a genuinely quick bouncer, Wayne, and there's only a handful of bowlers in this tournament who can do that. Nick Horsley safely underneath it, but that was well-directed too. I was somewhat surprised to learn that Steyer didn't play first-class cricket. A lot of the South African team did. Follows it up with a full delivery, trying to rattle those stumps. That's the old 2-card trick for a fast bowler. But Horsley was up to it. He's seen that before.
And South Africa do not want to play their hand too early in this game. So at what point do you take off Dan Steyer? He's done the job, he's got 2 wickets. At what point do you take him and Jaco Castle off and bring on your first change? There's a big shot. They're asking the umpire. Umpire looks unmoved. South Africans are very convinced. But the man who makes the most important decision does not agree.
Well, bit of drama here, Wayne. The South Africans were absolutely certain that that was out. There's teapots everywhere. They can't believe it. Daryl O'Sullivan, unmoved. Batsman obviously not walking. That's fair enough. Let's have a look on the replay. I didn't hear anything.
Me neither, and you can't really see much from that replay either. It was a good ball, just cutting across him yet again. But yeah, I do think it was a good call there from the umpire.
Ooh, dramatic moment in this match. That would have been a big moment. So, just going back to your question, I think based on that over, they will give him one more. They just see that he is the strike bowler for South Africa, and if he can somehow get one more, then that will make New Zealand 3 down, and that would be such a disadvantage for the Kiwis. So I think they'll give him one more, and maybe save 2 for the end. As for Castle, he looks fit. He hasn't been quite as penetrative. So perhaps this will be his last. We can see Lundi Mbani doing some warm-ups. He's the logical replacement probably for Castle, I think.
I agree. Good cricket drop and run there. Beautiful, beautiful cricket from the pair of them. But mainly Hardeep Singh there. So this is the IMC over 40s World Cup Final, Cape Town 2024. Wally Wilson Oval, do join us. If you are in and around the Cape Town area, do join us on Supersport. For more of this live streaming, another one outside off, it's fended off, Lundi Mane doing the fielding there.
Yeah, the coverage has been sensational, Wayne, and I'm the only one here who's not actually employed by Pitch Vision, but I have to say that you guys have done an amazing job bringing the pictures, the audio, obviously the wonderful commentary today, but it's been fantastic coverage.
This one is in the air. It's over the infield yet again. There is a fielder giving chase. It's Johan Fourie. He is not giving up the chase, and he will get there and cut that down to a couple.
Again, positive batting from Nick Horsley. Didn't time it once again, and once again it is in the air. But he's got away with it, and good on him, not letting Castle just keep popping the ball there, ball after ball. It's been a real feature of New Zealand's play throughout this tournament.
I do think that's a very risk-free cricket shot, though. If you know that the fielders are inside on the circle, you just get it over them. If it's either it's racing to the fence or you've got a guaranteed 2.
Cedric Lottering tells us on YouTube that Yako Castle is a member of this club, Western Province Cricket Club, so he'll know these conditions really well. Thank you, Cedric, and thank you to everyone who's commenting on the YouTube live feed. Great to see. Now we're going to see the keeper standing up here. It's interesting. That will just put a little bit of doubt into Nick Horsley's mind. Make sure he can't take a little shimmy down the wicket.
Oh, good take to start off. It's keeping him honest, keeping him in the crease.
Yeah, he's a very good keeper, Werner Mulman. We saw a beautiful leg side stumping when South Africa played New Zealand previously. He's very quick.
Seemingly changed his line a little bit since the keeper has moved. I mean, it's only been 2 balls, but it's brought it a bit fuller now. It's just asking him to use that front leg a little bit more. Oh, yet again, that little flick. This time just a little bit slower off the wicket. And he did have to check his shot. He did it well because it dropped short of the fielder.
Yeah, it seems like perhaps the slowness of the wicket is what's causing Horsley to hit aerially on the leg side. Pretty much every ball that he's hit to the onside has been in the air to some degree, some safer than others.
I But yeah, you're right. Danstar does seem to get one more. 12 gone, 2 for 45. He has 2 for 15 in his 6 overs. He has been amazing. Those are the 3 flags of the parties involved here: South Africa, New Zealand, and of course Western Province Cricket Club for hosting this IMC over 40s World Cup. Danstar running in.
Just a quick correction, courtesy of David Butta. Thank you, David. He says Yucko Castle has been a member of Durbanville Cricket Club for many years. So perhaps Cedric and David need to have a discussion amongst themselves and sort out which club he does play for. But I believe you, David.
Yeah, I believe you too, David. And we get a note of approval from our scorer, Sarah. So, yeah, Durbanville Cricket Club member. Oh. It's a beautiful ball that just nips off the surface, didn't swing all that much, and Hardeep Singh just looking to feel for it. He'll be lucky not to get a feather on it.
He may have even got a feather, I'm not sure. It dropped in front of the keeper.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yep. So thank you to all the Durbanville players who are correcting us there. Great to see you guys tuning in.
Flicked off the pads. Yucko Castle takes 2 steps to his left and feels there for just a single.
Yep, Yucko Castle, of course, as everyone knows, plays for Durbanville Cricket Club. Rumours of his membership at Western Province are greatly exaggerated.
Hey, might be something down in the pipeline. You never know.
Another wide. Actually, just reading Cedric's comments, and with all due respect to Cedric, it sounds like he was saying he was a legend of WPCA club cricket, which I presume is Western Province Cricket Association club cricket, so I may have misinterpreted that. Anyway, glad we've cleared that up. Let's get back to the cricket.
Good on you, Cedric. Ooh, just leaves his bat hanging there, but it does take it out the last second. It's a good ball. Just to take you through the field quickly, just still a point, still a slip and a point. And then it's cover, mid on, mid off, on mid wicket, square leg, and the 2 guys on the fence at fine leg and third man. So they can have one more. This is the first power play. And yet again, just does take his bat out of the way. Might look like a spin in the bat, but that's how Andrew Horsley is leaving, just getting his bat out of the way at the very last second.
Stephen Kennedy, all the way from the International Space Station again, has asked how many overs these matches are. And yes, we probably should explain a little bit about the format for our interstellar viewers in particular. 45 over matches, these ones, throughout the tournament, and of course including the final. So 45 overs a team, and those 45 overs are broken into 3 blocks of 15 with drinks breaks in between. We're approaching the first one. So drinks breaks at 15 and 30, at which point the fielding restrictions change slightly. Look at all those people coming into the ground. Isn't that awesome to see? Plenty of people up on the balcony there, enjoying an early beverage. Some of them outside along the bank, under the marquees, out in the sun. It's going to be a fantastic day's cricket, I reckon.
Yeah, South Africa not yet ready to pull the opening bowlers. They've done a great job so far. And Castle will continue. This one is short, it's pulled away, and that is a very Hardeep Singh luck shot.
It is nice and simple. It's one of his less flamboyant shots, Hardeep Singh, the pull, but he doesn't miss out on it, and that was short, and it brings up the 50 for New Zealand, which they'll be happy about. 2 wickets down, yes, but it could have been worse. 51 for 2 after, or just into the 14th over, represents a pretty solid start. Lundi and Barney doing a few more warm-ups. Won't be too far before he comes into the attack, I think. But nice confident shot from Hardeep Singh.
Oh, he looks for that paddle shot of his. We've seen that a couple of times. It's worked almost every time so far in the competition.
Yeah, talking about flamboyance, this is the first uniquely Hardeep shot that we've seen. He does play 360-degree cricket, this boy, and all calculated. These aren't crazy shots. He knows where the gaps are, and he plays them well. The other thing you'll see with Hardeep when he's in this sort of mood is that he shuffles around on the crease. The footwork before the bowler bowls. He could go to the offside, to the leg side, could go back, he could go anywhere. And so could the ball.
So late call for no ball there from the umpire. You see him signalling a free hit. Wonder what that was for.
Okay, well look out. Free hit to Hardeep Singh. And it's a low full toss which he swats away. That's his signature shot where he basically goes down on one knee and swats the ball away over mid-wicket.
Yeah, loud call of shot here from the Fizz. He enjoyed that to our left. And I think you guys will enjoy this replay too. It's just a little bit of a shuffle to get in front of the ball and just a little flick of the wrist for 4.
Well described, Wayne. That's exactly what it was.
Oh, he goes for that paddle shot yet again. He does think it's on. But yeah, as you see there from Hardeep Singh, his signal to us, that was the slower ball from Yako Castle.
Yeah, he's also a very fidgety sort of guy. The more he bats, the more fidgety he gets. He's very high energy. You see him fist bumping the wicket keeper. He's a force unto himself. He's a unique player, Hardeep Singh. I hope for the sake of the viewers that he can stick around for a bit longer.
Well played. Opens his face, runs it down to third man for a single. And for the sake of the South African fans, they hope a wicket comes early.
Well, yeah, when I say that, I'm not saying that from a New Zealand perspective. I think just from a spectacle point of view, he's such an entertaining player that regardless of which side you're on, and you can still hope that your team wins, but if you do get the chance to watch Hardeep bat for another hour, you'll be well entertained.
It's must-see TV indeed. 4 balls to end off. Another good over. I think South Africa might have missed the trick by bringing Castle here for a 7th. His 7th one goes for 10. It's 57 for 2.
Yeah, a couple of expensive overs from Castle. This one going for 10, and maybe the one before his previous one I think went for 10 or 11 as well. So he hasn't made a breakthrough and he's gone for a few runs. So we're actually going to see Lundi Mbani bowling from the far end. And I suspect there'll be another change for the next over. Might be Fari coming on. Anyway, Lundi Mbani. Do we have his stats coming up? I'm sure we do at some point. He's taken about, I believe it's 12 wickets in the tournament. Thank you. We just got some delicious Vita 24 delivered to us. My favourite flavour is the lychee one, but I've got the tangerine. That sounds pretty good. I'll give that one a crack as well. Vita 24, one of the sponsors of this tournament, along with Sasonki Travel and Tourism Services. They've been fantastic. There's Lundi Mbani's stats in this tournament. 12 wickets at 14 and a quarter. Look at the economy as well, 3.2. He's one of the most miserly bowlers in the tournament as well, and that will present another challenge for New Zealand.
It doesn't start off all too well. This one is short. The chase is on for Yako Castle, but he is not winning that race. This one has been hit to the fence, or to the Vita 24 advertising board for 4.
Yes, very appropriate. Yes, that's not economical at all. Starts with a short delivery, and Hardeep Singh quickly onto the pull shot again. More of a swat, a wristy pull shot. Not terribly short, but Hardeep's just getting into a mood, I think.
A lot of the focus from South African bowling standpoint goes to Dan Steyer and the Yako Castle, but he's quietly been the leading wicket taker for the South Africans in this competition, has Lundi Mbani.
He has, and he's possibly been their best bowlers. Talking to the New Zealand batsmen, they reckon Johan Fari was also one of the hardest to face because of the length that he bowls. And Lundi Mbani apparently getting movement into the batsman.
He's got to listen out the way. There's a bit of mix-up in the middle, but the ball probably went to the wrong end.
Well, the mix-up was from Hardeep. Nick Horsley was very definite about taking that run. He didn't waver in his determination to keep going, and Hardeep agreed somewhat reluctantly, and they get the single.
Gone. Simple and straightforward. It's another listener. It's a short ball. It had no right getting a wicket, but Warren Dugmore takes a very simple catch, a square leg.
Poor execution of that pull shot from Nick Horsley, and once again he gets in and gets out. That was shorter than the one that Hardeep hit for 4. No timing at all from Horsley, and that was the simplest of catches to square leg. So just as that partnership was starting to develop for New Zealand, it has ended, and Nick Horsley falls. And Mbani strikes. Once again, he's the leading wicket taker for South Africa, and he's taken his 13th wicket. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Not really a lot in it. Just mistimed and straight to, who was the fielder there?
Warren Dugmore.
Warren Dugmore, the South African captain, taking a very simple catch. So it looks like we're going to have drinks, 3 balls ahead of schedule, with New Zealand 62 for 3.
How's that? How's that? Yeah. So 62 for 3. We're back here at Western Province Cricket Club. 14.3 overs. Mbane has struck in his first wicket. He brings Scott Mara to the wicket.
Scott Mara was part of the recovery act for New Zealand when these two teams met last week. He scored 96. It's showing 76 there on the screen, but it was actually a 96, and it was a fantastic innings. He was positive, and he counter-attacked against the South African quick bowlers. Similar situation. He's got a few more runs on the board, but he's got to form another good partnership with Hardeep Singh.
Bit of shape to start there to Scott Mara. Probably the first one that is swung from Mbane. Just it catches the outside half of the bat, and he plays that well. So 3 down for New Zealand. Partnership was starting to build. Looked like it was starting a little bit of a recovery act there.
It did.
Oh, back foot punch. Just hands there from Scott Mara. You can see Lundi Mane cannot believe the ball has been hit there, and they should be able to come back for a couple, as they do.
Great timing on that shot. It just looked like it was a backward defensive shot, but it almost reached the boundary. He does have good timing, Scott Mara. He's quite a powerful guy.
I just saw Warren Dugmore walking past your screen. He was at slip there. 2 slips just for the one ball. But that one shot from Scott Mara discouraging them. Warren Dugmore going to square leg where he just took a catch. Another back foot punch from him. This time just one of the fielder, but just a single. So end of a successful over from Mane. His first one goes for 8, but he picks up a wicket too. It's 65 for 3.
Scott Mara plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland, which is a great breeding ground for veterans cricketers in New Zealand. I'm sure some of the Cornwall boys will be tuning in, likes of Adrian Dale, the former New Zealand over 50s captain, maybe Dean Askew, who's over in Chennai with the New Zealand over 60s. A number of the Auckland Kings over 40s team play for Cornwall as well, and everyone will be hoping for Scott Mara to play big innings today. Everyone in the Cornwall club, that is. The South Africans will have other ideas. Yako Castle continuing his spell. I thought he might have come off after that last over went for 10, but Warren Dugmore has faith in the South African number 2. Wayne has jumped onto the production side of things, master of all trades. Matt Hain on the YouTube comments confirms that everyone loves Scott Mara. He is a great guy. Now that one kept low again, so there's been a few keep low, especially from the end that Yako Castle is bowling at. That could be a factor of him being a lot shorter and significantly slower than Daniel Steyer. That is a tragic run out for New Zealand. I was just about to compliment the shot. Mara loved the shot as well. He went halfway down the wicket. Hardeep Singh said no. It was outstanding fielding by the man in covers. And even though his throw was wayward, it was good enough that Mara was far enough out of his ground that he had no chance of getting back. And that is as close to a tragedy as you'll get in cricketing sense for New Zealand. Scott Mara, he looked really good in his short stay, and even that shot he timed beautifully. But he's been run out, and New Zealand struggling, tottering here now at 65 for 4. He was more than halfway down the wicket before Hardeep turned his back on him. No chance of getting back. Excellent fielding by the man. Do we know who the fielder was there? We'll confirm. Warren Dugmore again. He's been in the action in the field. He dived to his right and hurled the ball back to the keeper, who whipped off the bails. See it again. Mara really committed, and even when Hardeep said no, he still took another step towards Hardeep before realising that he had to turn back. And wickets falling for New Zealand. They're making a bit of a hash of this first innings. We saw Nick Horsley playing a poor shot to get caught, and now a run out. So 65 for 4. Wayne's back alongside me. What do you make of that one?
Yeah, needless. The situation did not need a run out, especially when the team is bowling the way that South Africa has started off this innings. Yeah, very needless. But it does bring in one of the clutch players for New Zealand to the crease. It's Big Ben Rapson, 157 runs at 39. But the most impressive thing is the strike rate.
Well, it is, but a lot of that strike rate came in his innings of 77 off 34 balls against Wales. He has also played more of a recovery innings against India in round 1, and that's the sort of innings he'll need to play today. So I don't think we'll see 130 strike rate today.
So just a little bit of pressure in that situation between Scott Mara and Hardeep Singh.
Scott Mara is a little bit nervous when he comes into bat, and I think there might have been some nerves there. He probably ran on the shot, feeling it was a good shot, which it was, but then the fielding probably negated that.
Good shot. Warren Dugmore. He's everywhere right now.
He is, and New Zealand have dug more trouble for themselves, throwing away, to some extent, 2 wickets. 65 for 4 after 16. So these two, well, I've said it a couple of times now, but this partnership is an important one. New Zealand need to recover. You asked me a little bit earlier in the day what you thought a good total might have been, Wayne. New Zealand played UAE here, who are not one of the stronger teams in this tournament, and New Zealand managed 300, but I wouldn't say that's a fair reflection of the wicket. I think if New Zealand can somehow get to 200, even 180, I think they will really fancy their chances. They'll expect the wicket to break up and for run scoring to get harder, but that's still 120 runs away, and the question is, how are they going to score those 120 runs?
Well, they just have to hope for more of the same that happened against the South Africa team, that the middle over bowlers from South Africa do take the foot off the gas and just allow them to take those singles at a regular tilt. And it's just watch as Mbane goes outside off and leaves it alone. It does look like Hardeep Singh is he understands now he probably has to be there by over number 35 if New Zealand are going to win this one.
He does. He sets himself a target, Wayne, when he goes out to bat. He says, I want to face 5 bowlers. He feels that if he can face 5 bowlers, then he will have either batted long enough or he will have smashed the other 4 around.
That one was there for the drive, and that's just hands through. There's a chase on, and he gets there, but the ball does reach the fence. Nonetheless...
No, it hasn't actually reached the fence, unless
No.
the fielder signals otherwise. No, he's kept it in. Good fielding.
Yeah, great work there by Yasa Dita.
Yeah.
Getting low and dirty to make sure that he saves 1 run for the team there.
And Hardeep showing that he does have classical shots in his large kit bag of shots. A nice cover drive there. So yeah, going back to my point, Hardeep will look to face as many bowlers as he can, and he'll realise that he does have to play sensibly. For all the talk of flamboyance and extravagance, he is a sensible player, and he'll play an appropriate innings here today, I think. If the opportunity arises for him to bring out some of those 360-degree shots, he'll certainly play them, but he knows that he's the key wicket here. The times that we've seen him score big runs, he's had other people playing that anchor role for him, but he's the anchor here today.
Rapson fends that one off. Did speak about him coming in playing a recovery type innings. He is looking not to drive those sort of deliveries which he normally would do. And yet another member of the South African over 50s finalist team from last year. As they watch, hopefully, from a South African standpoint, that is, hopefully, corrections from the over 40s.
Glenn Roberts says, everyone may love Mara, but I bet not many love Jim. So not a lot of love from Glenn Roberts. I've obviously done something to upset him.
Disagree, Glenn. Another 4-1. Yasa Dita starting to get into the thick of things. We'll see him later on with the ball in hand, but this time it's busy in the field. It's the end of the over, and as you see on your screen there, his hat is off, and it looks like he will bowl his ninth. That's Yaku Castle.
Yep, he's going to bowl right through. He's a pretty fit guy, Yaku Castle.
Yeah, not just with the ball in hand for South Africa as well. He's been one of their better batsmen as well. I think he's in the top 5 for South African run scorers in the competition as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think from memory he's scored 185 runs and he's only been out once. So he can play crucial innings in that sort of 6, 7, 8 batting position for the Proteas. He may be crucial later on in the day.
Yeah, definitely. His last 6 balls with the ball in hand. Still has a job to do in the field, of course. But probably just focusing on his batting from after this over anyways. Here he is. Continues to get shape with the slightly older ball. This ball is about to be 18 overs old, but he still continues to get that shape away. This is Yaku Castle.
No ball. Now, I don't know what that was for. It's probably overstepping based on the time at which it was called. So Hardeep Singh will have another free hit. We saw him hit the previous one for 4. Yeah, I think we can see there, even from the front-on angle, that he did overstep. Peter Tate, the umpire, alert.
Hardeep's already hit 1 for 4 already.
Where's he aiming here? I think he's going leg side. No. It's gone up in the air. It's fallen in the gap. It wouldn't have mattered if it was caught anyway. But smart bowling from Yaku Castle, knowing that Hardeep is good on the leg side and hit that previous free hit leg side. He went way wide on the offside. And Hardeep just able to get 1.
No, we're not moving that much from Castle. Rapson just happy to shoulder his arm, let that one go through.
Ruan Olivier says third slip is miles off. No way it'll carry from an edge. Yeah, he is quite wide and deep.
Yeah, yes.
Man at slip. Wide, I wouldn't say third slip, maybe a second slip. But they've had that position in for a lot of the game so far.
Oh, that one keeping very low inside edge onto the pad of Big Ben Rapson.
That one burned a worm on the way through, Wayne. We've seen a few keep low, but none that low. And Ben Rapson did really well to jam down on that. He would have been dead to rights if he hadn't got bat on that.
Oh.
And then that one bounces more predictably, I suppose. Beats the outside edge. He could actually be a third slip. He is very wide there. 2.5 seconds maybe, yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah, just about. They've had that for Horsley as well, so clearly a ploy that South Africa have come into this final with. But that's the last ball of Yaku Castle. Spell, just drop and run there. Good work by Boysen to field it and keep it to a single.
So players out for New Zealand. Greg Johnson first to go. Caught Mulman bowled Steyer for 0. James Marshall was caught Tamua bowled Daniel Steyer for 9. Scott Mara, Nick Horsley was the next to go, number 3 wicket for South Africa. Caught Dugmore bowled Mbani for 14, and then Scott Mara run out for 3. So we've got Ben Rapson just got off the mark with that last ball, and Hardeep has played the anchor innings, but he's still got 36 off 43, 5 boundaries, and just the 2 New Zealand batsmen reaching double figures. 71 for 4 is the score after 18. That's a run rate of 3.9. Wickets, 2 for Steyer, 2 for 17, and 1 for Lundi Mbani, 1 for 11. Yakko Castle's 9 over spell finishes none for 43.
Yeah, 1 for 11 in his 2 overs. Mbane will continue. Just looking around the field to see who will be warming up. Probably time for some spin from a South African standpoint. See whether Tamor or Dita gets the ball, or Johan Fourie.
I think they might give it to Fourie. We'll see.
Oh, a little bit of an edge. Good work in the slip there by Smith.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see the 2 spinners in action, that's for sure. But I think they might just want to see if Fourie can do something with this ball while it still has some swing and the variable bounce. But that decision will be up to Warren Dugmore, not to either of us.
Change of the field. I think Mbane might just bump this one short. For a minute, square leg has moved to deep backward of square. And deep point is about 10 paces off the fence. It's more like a deep cover point ready. But it goes for the bluff, and this one is 4 and fended off. Yakko Castle now in the covers. He's done with his bowling, so it won't be a fine leg anymore. But is this some sort of ploy that Mbane is going to come through with here?
Nice deft touch from Hardeep Singh, just waiting on the ball, guiding it down to third man.
Oh, half a shot there from Looney Mane. I thought he might have hit the pad first, but clearly the umpire thinking it went bat then pad. And Jim earlier speaking about a little bit of late swing, in swing from Looney Mane and casing point as we watch that replay. That does tilt back. It could have hit the pad first and maybe just impacts outside the line of 4th stump. Oh, he goes for the booming drive this time. It's inside edge, and this one is rolling right into the comms box, and that's a 4 runs. A very fortunate 4 that is for the New Zealand team. Yeah, Tails one back, this time a little bit fuller, and big booming drive there from Big Ben Rapson, and you can see Werner Moomin in agony as that one races down to the fence for 4 runs. All of a sudden, it's a decent over this for New Zealand. 6 coming off it. But Mbane's tail will certainly be up. Oh, big grunt. That's an effort ball. But fended off by Big Ben Rapson for a dot ball. Yakko Castle doing the fielding. It's 18. Beg your pardon, it's 19 gone. It's 77 for 4. It is the IMC over 40's Cricket World Cup Cape Town 2020-24, brought to you by Devil's Peak, Sisonke Tourism and Travel, the city of Cape Town, and indeed Pitch Vision, bringing you all the live coverage. We've brought to you 41 matches before this. This is the 42nd and final game. And we will see that first change. It is Johan Fourie, man number 42. He's been the controlling bowler. It's his major job not really to come through and take wickets, but to control and keep the opposition quiet. Well, his primary job right now will be to try and get Hardeep Singh. We're starting to look like the wicket for us from a South African standpoint. 37 of 45. Take out extras, that's half the Kiwi runs on the board right now. But here's Johan Fourie to the leading run scorer in the competition. Just a bit short, tailing back into the batter. Just a dot ball. You can see the Hardeep Singh just signaling to his partner. It's just a little bit slower, but it's a little bit bouncy as well. Just the air of quiet here at Western Province Cricket Club for the first time today. Just expecting a little bit of something, just opens his face, does Hardip, saying he is really unbothered at this point right now. Runs that down. Abdul Aziz Tamor will come around and cut that down to just a single. Yeah, if you walked in right now, you wouldn't believe the match situation. It is 4 for 78. A couple of wickets coming after the drinks break, powered by Vita 24. Four. And driven away Ben Rapson. Yeah, he is not in the big hitting mood today, is Ben Rapson. He will take his time and see if he can get his team back into a solid position. Ooh, fans that one off. It's a dot ball. And this is the job Johan Fourie has been brought in to do, just to keep things a little bit quiet. Maybe not as quiet as the ground right now, but just to keep everything just a little bit quiet from a New Zealand standpoint. A couple of dot balls, make them try and force the issue. We know Hardip will not... He won't stick around and just let them bowl to him. Oh, this one shapes away. It's the first one that we've seen shape away. And yeah, good on Ben Rapson getting his bat out the way. Drop and run. Good cricket. And they'll get a second one in the over. Johan Fourie keeps it a tad quiet. He only costs 2 in that over. 7-9 for 4 after 20. So Mane will look to continue to keep the Kiwi batters a tad quiet. His last over going for 2. 7-9 for 4 after 20. How's the mood in the New Zealand change room?
Well, all the players are out of the changing room right now, but the enclosure, yeah. Ooh, good delivery, beaten this time, Rapson. Yeah, I think they'd be a bit nervous. They realise that there is something in this wicket. So, you know, the bowlers have every right to bowl well and take wickets, I suppose. So it's not a huge surprise that there's been 4 down. It's a bowling wicket at the moment.
Yet again, another shot from Lunimbani. Yet again, he thinks that one hit the pad first.
I think New Zealand will just be a bit disappointed that they've gifted 2 wickets away. The run out and probably Horsley's wicket you'd put into that category as well. Bit of a half-hearted pull shot. The caught behind with Greg Johnson. Not much you can do about that. That sort of thing happens. And James Marshall's wicket. Yes, it was a loose delivery which he cut in the air. But he was looking to be positive and he hit it quite well. So you could argue that 3 of the 4 wickets have been the fault of the batsman.
But as a team, you obviously have to move on from that and look forward. The most important ball in cricket is the next one.
Exactly right, and New Zealand will be thinking about, you know, what can we score here? I talked about 180 earlier. I think that will be a challenging target. Through between slip and keeper down to the boundary for 4. That was given as runs, wasn't it? Yes, so off the edge. Little nick.
I just wonder if that carried. And saw somebody in the comments saying it wouldn't carry to that slip. And that big edge that, and I think it did carry. It was a tough chance to get to his left.
Well, yeah, he didn't get a hand on it, and he is standing a little bit wider than I think. Oh no, maybe not. But yeah, definitely went between keeper and slip. Perhaps the keeper could have had a go at it. But he's bowling well, Mbani, isn't he?
Yeah, Mbani's bowling well. I would say it's harsh to say that, but yeah, I agree. It's keeper's catch on that occasion. Yeah, good for Mbani to be finding the outside edge. He won't mind that too much. It's 83 for 4 to 21 now.
I better not say that guy's name. He was asking who was at fault for the run out, and Ruan Olivier responded that Singh just stood there in the run out. So it was technically Scott Mara's call because he hit it in front of the wicket, but I don't think there was a run on. It was fielded clean, well, almost cleanly by the fielder, so there probably wasn't a run there. One could argue that Hardeep Singh should have responded to Mara's call.
And from the other side of the coin, it was his call. It was Scott Mara's call. So yeah, Hardeep Singh would probably have to run in that situation, even though most probably he was getting sold.
Well, yeah, someone was going to get run out in that run.
Definitely. Johan Fourie, 7 balls, 5 dot balls. He's keeping it quiet.
So James Marshall said that Johan Fourie was the hardest South African bowler to face the other day, and his reason was the length. He said that he bowls a length that forces the batsman to decide or to make a decision whether to come forward or back. He said Steyer was quick, but he either bowled full, which meant that the decision was automatic to go forward, or he bowled short, where the decision was automatic to go back. When you bowl that middle length, the batsman actually has to think, should I go forward or should I go back? And Marshall said that's what made him the most difficult bowler to face. It's not that he's the fastest or he swings it the most, but he bowls a length that makes the batsman have to think. We talked a little bit about Johan Fourie's first class record. He's got an excellent bowling average. I'll tell you about that in a moment. So he played 23 first-class matches and has a bowling average of 18.65, which is exceptional. Interestingly, he only took 20 wickets. So he was taking less than a wicket a match, but he was taking them really cheaply. So perhaps his captain didn't bowl him enough.
Well, from those numbers, definitely.
Yeah, best of 5 for 17 at first-class level. Shout for LBW. Fourie reckons he's got one. He was adamant. The umpire wasn't interested. We're a little bit off centre here, aren't we, Wayne? So let's have a look on the replay and make our decision.
Yeah, I thought it probably just hit him outside the line. Probably would have gone on to hit, but I think that impact might just be outside the line. Or just umpire's call, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's the line.
Yeah, my producer telling me his front foot going just outside the line of off stump, so definitely a good call there from umpire Peter Tate.
Wristy from Hardeep Singh. There is protection there, but there's a lovely little flick to finish the over with a single. Okay, so Stefan Root, thank you to you. You've explained here, Fourie was mainly a batsman at the first class level, didn't bowl all that much. Yes, well, that's what his record would suggest. He averaged 30 with the bat, but perhaps he should have bowled a bit more. Stefan? With an average of 18.
Yeah, with that average, definitely would have bowled him more. And here on over 40s level, definitely bowling more now. Last over going for 1, 84 for 4 after 22. Mbane 1 for 21 in his 4. Let's bring it back now after that first couple of overs. Oh, and this one tailing back late. And bottom half of the bat runs down to third man to Nathan Jones for just a single. Oh,
He's been beaten outside the off stump a few times today, Ben Rapson. We saw one in the last over that did catch the edge, went down through slip and keeper, for 4. But he's still there, 11 off 25, doing a good job for New Zealand. This time he does take the edge and slips, takes the catch, excellent catch, and South Africa grab another one just as that partnership was looking to consolidate a little bit more. Ben Rapson couldn't get his bat out of the way of that one. It's a beautiful delivery from Mbane, takes the edge, and Carl Smith does the rest. Low catch down at slip, well held.
yeah, right on cue, talking about him just struggling outside the line of fourth stump. He gets another one there, just maybe straighter this time, but he feels for it and it catches the edge. Simple catch for Carl Smith at first slip. This one does carry to him. That's another wicket for South Africa. South African fans overjoyed.
Yes, they are. I think he was almost trying to withdraw the bat at the last moment there, but wasn't able to do so. Catches the edge and Ben Rapson falls for 11. New Zealand in further trouble.
Yeah, 5 down now, New Zealand. As the wicketkeeper batsman walks into the middle now. He's going to need his best innings of the competition so far, Bo Dench.
He is. He did a good recovery job with Ben Rapson against India. He scored 38 in that match. That's the 38 you can see there. That's pretty much the only innings of note that he's had. He's come in at different points in the innings for New Zealand, so sometimes he's had to do hitting. But today he's going to have to show those nuggety characteristics and qualities that he is known for. He was playing Premier level cricket in Auckland, which is a good standard, last season, I believe. Dropped down the grades a little bit this season, but he's used to playing good bowling and he's got a good temperament.
And good on Ruan Olivier. On the comment section, he did say Mane will get Rapson. And the very next ball, he did get him. So not just good on you, Jim, good on you, Ruan, as well. Oh, Bo Dench. Very last second, he pulls his bat out there. It's a slightly quicker one, a little bit more bounce on that one. Definitely short from Lunimbane. So all's well for Bo Dench to start.
Yeah, New Zealand are in a fight here. Whew, yeah, that climbed up a bit on Dench, didn't it? 2 slips now. And with every wicket that falls, more rests on the shoulders of Hardeep Singh. He's made batting look a lot easier than anybody else. 40 off 54.
And it's been relatively chance-free too as well. 4 fended off by Bo Dench. To conclude, yet another successful over from Mbane. His figures go to 2 for 25 in 5 overs. It's 23 gone. It's now 5 for 85. Next man in looks relatively comfortable on the bench. Doesn't look too much under pressure. Just about calming yourself and staying in the moment. It's what Hardipson has done well so far in the innings, 40 or 54. It's about to face Johan Fourie. Gets a short one. This one is pulled away. The chase is on. Will the fielder get there? Yes, he will. Good work down there in the tee by Yasa Dieter. And the batters will come back for a couple.
Yeah, well played by Singh. That was a pretty well directed short ball. It was straight and height was good.
Old school cricket, drop and run, get yourself to the other end. That is amazing, that from Hardip Singh.
Yeah, he's playing a sensible innings. I mentioned before that he's better known for all his weird and wonderful shots, but he's got a good cricket brain and he's realised that he has to play a long innings for New Zealand. I'm not saying those shots won't come out, but they will be secondary to sensible cricket.
Feel free to join us at the venue if you want to come watch some amazing over 40s cricket. It's directed to you, Dave Boone.
Yeah, and keep those comments coming through on the YouTube page. We are reading them. We won't maybe get the chance to respond to all of them, but we'll do our best. Bo's cousin, I think it is, Selena Dench, watching Bo in action. We'll pick up a run here, will Bo? No doubt Bo's mum Alison is still watching. She's been a great supporter. If you are, hello Alison. Thank you for all your feedback and support.
Drop and run yet again, Hardip Singh. Abdulaziz Timur took a couple of seconds just to make up his mind whether he was throwing the ball, but I think either way, Hardip Singh would have made it.
Well, it's brave running that because Timur is a sensational fieldsman. We've seen him on the boundary, we've seen him taking catches, we've seen him swooping in on the ball as on that occasion. So New Zealand just have to be careful with him.
Full one played back to the bowler. It's another good over. I think much better for New Zealand on that occasion though. You get a couple from it.
Now Wayne, this is not the only Masters Cricket World Cup going on right at the moment. We've got the over 60s one in Chennai, India. That's coming to its close. It's England versus Australia. England scored 214 for 9 from their 45 overs. Australia 179 for 2. And they've got 8 overs left to score. Actually, they're 183 now, so they've got the best part of 8 overs to score 31 runs. So it looks like Australia might claim that over 60s World Cup. It's a fierce rivalry at that level between those two countries. We'll let you know what happens there. Here, New Zealand versus South Africa.
But of a new rivalry. Oh, he will keep taking on the South African fielders. Will Hardip Singh, he will put them under pressure. If he's not able to do it to the bowlers, he'll do it to the fielders.
Well, these two are arguably the quickest runners between the wicket in the New Zealand side at the moment, given all the injuries that have happened. Bo Dench is fit and quick, and he's a good runner between the wicket, as is Hardeep. So New Zealand running hard and putting pressure on the fielders inside the circle. Pulled away out to the boundary for 4, so that's not a quick single. That's a well-played pull shot from Bo Dench. He was quick onto that. Not a million miles away from the man at mid-wicket inside the circle, but far enough away that it was a safe shot, and a few bounces and then rolls into the fence in front of the crowd there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Lundin seems to think it was much closer. Peter Boyson at square leg was much closer to that one, but yeah, do think it was just over him, and much control shot from him.
Beaten this time. You mentioned Peter Boyson. He's the man there at mid-wicket. He's the tallest player in this game. He's probably about 6'5", do you reckon?
Yeah.
He's a big fella, so you got to hit it quite far either side of him to feel safe.
So maybe this is a ploy from Mane. A couple of short balls to try and get wickets as this one jags back a lot, and it also picks up, just bounces a little bit more there and hits him very high up, close to the moneymaker.
Yeah, James Marshall was saying that Lundi Mbani does get the ball to jag in, which is very difficult to play, as that last shot from Bo Dench would testify. Wind picking up here as well. It's quite blustery. You can see the trees behind the sight screen at the far end waving around. Flags fluttering vigorously. Leslie Taylor says another run out is on the cards. She doesn't have complete confidence in the New Zealand running between the wickets.
Yeah, I think it's more because of the drop in runs that the New Zealand's batters are taking a lot of, especially over the last couple of overs. This one is finished off, and Mbane has a shot at the stumps. This one hits, but umpire Peter Tate says he was well into his crease.
That's some good aggression from Mbane, and you don't often see those shies at the stump from the bowlers follow through hitting the wickets, but that time it did, and Bo Dench needed to be quick on his feet to get back.
Big shout out to all the sponsors that are making the stream possible. From Sesonke Tourism and Travel to Soft Phone, that are allowing us to stream this all over the world. Davis Peak Lager, of course. Vita 24 for hydrating on our players during the drinks break. And of course, Pitch Vision for bringing you all the pictures live from Cape Town.
Yes, thank you to those sponsors. We really can't do without them. They make a huge difference for a tournament like this where all the players are self-funding. And if I might just, if you'll indulge me, Wayne, I could maybe thank some of the New Zealand sponsors, Craig's Investment Partners, Paladin, EasyGo, and particularly Kauri Boomrock. So, we're, as a New Zealand group, very grateful to the sponsors, as all the teams are for theirs.
Oh, first real shot of aggression from Hardeep Singh for a while, and that one just missing the top of fourth stump. You can see him saying that one just nipped back a little bit.
Well, that was loose from Hardeep Singh. He does play unusual shots, but they're usually quite controlled and measured. That time he lost his shape, and it ended up looking, well, a little bit ugly, to be honest. But it may have done something off the wicket, as Wayne said.
Just a little bit of pressure starting to creep in to Hardeep Singh. Highly doubt it. And he goes back to being sensible. He looked to drop and run it that time, but I think the South African fielders are aware, as Carl Smith running in, making sure that there wasn't an extra run there.
And he's got that sort of fidgety look at the crease again, Hardeep, which suggests that he's about to do something Hardeep-like. He's close to 50, he's 45, New Zealand close to 100. So both of those milestones will be important for the Kiwis.
Well played. Soft hands, open the face, run it down to third man. Very, very sensible cricket.
I've been following the progress of that little chippy packet right from the boundary, and it's ended up in the pocket of Hardeep Singh. It's a very Hardeep thing to do.
There's that length again from Johan Fourie. It's the corridor of uncertainty, as we'll call it. It's keeping the batters really stuck in between going forward and backwards. And in the end, the most logical thing to do is just open your bat and just drop it for a double.
He's a big, strong guy, a sort of archetypal South African. Could play rugby in the back row.
Oh, that one just tailing back a lot more. Catches the inside half of the bat. It will run down to Yasa Ditta at a deep backward of square. Was that a fine leg? Fine leg for another single. Continues to control his bowling well. Does Johan Fourie, 10 runs off his 23 balls so far. One wonders at what point will you see the South African spinners, if at all. Drop and run. High quality cricket from Hardeep Singh.
Yeah, you see, he did a little shuffle just before the bowler bowled, maybe trying to give himself a little bit of room, but then what he's really good at, Singh, is adjusting. So he does premeditate some shots, quite a lot of them actually, but when the ball isn't where he wants it to be, he's very good at adjusting and playing a better shot, which is what he did there. Wind's coming that way. So you can see the wind has picked up, the flags are fluttering. A little bit of cloud above Table Mountain still, but it's pretty much blue sky, probably 95%. In contrast to this morning where it was probably 95% cloud.
Hardeep's glasses need a bit of running repairs.
Yeah, he's got the cool shades on there, Hardeep. Lundi sorry Wayne, I was just going to say Lundi and Barney bowling well, 2 for 27 off 6.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3 of those short balls that were really hit me deliveries, but apart from that, he has controlled it very well.
That's one of them again, which is hit in front of square, and it's going to go out to the boundary for 4. So not just good control from Hardeep Singh on that shot, but really good placement, and that brings up his 50.
Yeah, 5th time in this competition. He's gone past 50. Hardeep Singh, 5 out of 7. He is in absolute blistering form in this competition. It is a 3rd 50 in the competition. Beautiful 4 that takes him over the mark.
Yeah, 3 50s and 2 centuries. He's a prolific run scorer. Controlled that shot from outside off stump, pulled it in front of square on the leg side for another boundary. And he'll take another single on the offside. So Hardeep Singh, as we've mentioned, is comfortably the leading run scorer in this tournament now. He's been the leading run scorer in both of the New Zealand national tournaments. So pretty much every time he shows up at a tournament, he scores more runs than anybody else. Really consistent performer. He's had 2 low scores, yes, but 5 scores in excess of 50 in this tournament. Outstanding.
Yeah, beyond comprehension, even to some level. It's absolutely amazing to watch somebody like Hardeep Singh. You did say that for the viewers, for their sake, you would want him to bat longer, and he is doing right now, and he's really showing everybody how you should bat on a low, slow wicket.
He's such a character too, Hardeep. He's pretty absent-minded and he's all over the place sometimes, but as you can see, he's always fidgeting, he's always talking. There he is throwing the ball back to the bowler. He'll give a fist bump to the wicket keeper. He's always chatting away. He has no idea about like team meetings or anywhere he's supposed to be. Needs 5 or 6 reminders, but there's a million things going on in his head. But he's a real genius when it comes to batting.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch him. 449 runs of his bats in this competition.
Wow.
It's absolutely absurd, really.
It's a lot of runs.
But as you see, as people are saying in the comments, it's only halfway done. It needs a very big score here for New Zealand's sake.
Well, that's a very good point. Saw a few wides early on from the South African bowlers in the first 3 or 4 overs when the ball was swinging a lot, but apart from that, they've been quite well directed, the South African bowlers. Total of 7 wides bowled in the innings now.
Good shot from Bodinch. He's quietly kept the other side of the crease quiet. And right now, that's what Hardeep Singh would need. 27 gone. It's 104 for 5.
So they're going at just under 4, Wayne, and if they keep going at that, they will get 180 if they score at exactly 4. It's a score that I've set them as a target. I think that will be a defendable target. Obviously, they'd probably like something more around 220. We're going to see some spin for the first time. Is this Timur, is it, coming in?
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like he's been given the ball.
Yep, we've seen him doing great things in the field. Now he's got a chance to bowl his... does he bowl off spin or leg spin? I can't remember. Well, we'll find out in a moment. I think he bowls off spin.
Just getting a signal from my producer as a wrist spinner.
Wrist spinner, okay. Apologies. I should remember from the other day.
Yeah, South African seamers have done well, 27 overs. We've kept New Zealand somewhat quiet, relatively quiet, 104 for 5. I would say 210 is probably the mark they should be aiming towards.
Well, it's been the wickets that have pulled New Zealand back. Every time New Zealand have just looked like they're ready to expand a little bit with their run scoring, the South Africans have grabbed a wicket, or New Zealand have given them one. Apart from Hardeep Singh, the highest score is only 14. So he's been a one-man show for the Kiwis today. Hardeep, the man from Christchurch, he plays for the Hallswell Vikings. So if any of the Vikings are up.
Yeah, you expect a few short ones from a leg spinner. He starts off with one and he rocks back onto the back foot. Does Hardeep Singh. Warren Dugmore gives chase and a loud call of no from Hardeep, turning down the 3rd run there.
Well, that was lovely footwork from Hardeep. He's very quick on his feet and he picked up the length really quickly, gave himself a little bit of room and cut it away. The fielders stayed back now, the cover sweeper. They didn't have one for the previous ball.
Chance here for a run out, maybe. They ask the question, and Pa says no. But again, that's a drop and run from Hardeep Singh, putting the fielders under pressure always.
Well, high quality cricket there. It was a good delivery and a good little nudge into the offside, good running and outstanding fielding to hit the stumps again. That's probably about 4 or 5 times that they have had success with the direct hits, the South Africans.
Yeah, those Lundi Mane out there can do it all. Bat to ball and in the field as well. Yeah, it's more or less the length. Let's probably get the line just a little bit on middle. Started off on leg stump and I was turning around the corner for just the 1. Big swing. Peter Boyson is underneath it. Peter Boyson has taken the big wicket for South Africa.
Aren't they delighted? Crucial. Hardeep Singh, thinking that he had the measure of Timur, tried to go to his favoured shot, the slog sweep, but didn't get the timing or the power in it. It was in the air for quite a long time, but Peter Boyson always looked really comfortable underneath it, backtracked a little bit, took it reverse cup, and that is such a vital wicket for South Africa. Again, partnership looking like it was going to develop. You can see it was flighted up. It's a shot that Hardeep does play very well, but not on this occasion. And everyone around the ground, well, not everyone, but most of the crowd here delighted by that wicket. 6 down, New Zealand.
Yeah, just going to be a bit critical there of Hardeep Singh. That was a needless shot. I think priority number 1 from a New Zealand standpoint would have been to get to the drinks break. No need to attack the spinner, especially in his first over. And unfortunately, he skies that one. And it's a pretty simple catch for Peter Boyson.
Well, he does live by the sword and die by the sword, Hardeep. And that's just the way he plays. He batted really well to get to 55. So we can't be too critical of the guy. But perhaps, if anything, it was just the execution rather than the shot selection. So, big opportunity for Jerem Wily. It's showing on your screen as Jeremy, but his name is Jerem, Jerem, Jerem Wily. And he is an attacking batsman, Jerem. Loves to hit 6s and 4s. Today, his job will be slightly different. If the opportunity comes for him to hit those 4s and 6s, that's great from his point of view. But New Zealand have to be really careful not to get bowled out here.
Well, it becomes priority number 1 to more. Oh, good leave. Ball 1, just get your pad out the way. Well, what a big moment that is, not just for South Africa, but for New Zealand as well. So end of the successful over. We spoke about the spinners coming on at some point in his very first over. Abdulaziz Timur does pick up the big wicket of Hardeep Singh. It's 108 for 6 after 28. And all of a sudden, looking to go back again to looking for that 180.
180 seems a long way off now, Wayne. With all due respect to the remaining New Zealand batters, or how shall I put it? I think the top 6 or 7 should have done a lot more of the run production. They shouldn't be leaving it to numbers 8, 9, 10 and 11. But it is what it is, and now Bo Dench and Jerem Wily have the job to do for New Zealand.
Tells back in the tad. Comes off the inside half of the bat just for 1. Good pick up and throw there from Jaco Castle as well. Another directed from a South African fielder.
Well, let's give credit to South Africa. We can talk about New Zealand just throwing their wickets away, but South Africa have been outstanding today. The fielding has been top notch. The only blemish I can think might have been that one that went through keeper and slip, but they've been excellent on the ground. They've been excellent on the air, in the air. The bowling's been accurate. It's been testing.
FTP.
It's been well varied. We've had pace, we've had swing, we've had accuracy, and now we've seen spin come in and have an immediate impact. So no real weaknesses in the South African attack so far, and they deserve to be on top.
Yeah, the biggest difference from this game to the last game they played against New Zealand is the way they've kept the pressure on the New Zealand batters. After picking up those early wickets, there's one. It kicks off the surface and there's half a chance if Werner Moorman had picked it up cleanly. So there's a big buzz on the ground now, lots of South African flags flying. But you can never judge a cricket wicket until both teams have batted on it.
So Daz says that the standard of umpiring hasn't been great. I don't know if I'd agree with that, Daz. I think it's been pretty good. I can't really think of any mistakes from them. These are the 2 best umpires in the tournament. standing in this match, and I think they've got it pretty much right so far.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think standard for umpiring in this competition as a whole has been absolutely fantastic, and hope for more of the same from an IMC standpoint, but from a cricket standpoint in general.
Yeah, maybe the only controversial moment was that appeal for a caught behind, which went against the South Africans. So Daz seems to think that it's going against New Zealand. Can't agree with you there, mate. So some people have just hurried along as they're walking behind the bowler's arm. Can't do that.
Effort ball from Lundimbane. Just a bit of width, but that offside field is now packed with South African fielders. Another good over from him. 2 runs coming off it. He's gone 8 overs, 2 for 35. Absolutely sensational. It's 110 for 6 after 29. More back for his second over after a successful first one. He's got a slip now. He's got no sweeper. There's a big gap between cover point and thing, and this one has come off the inside edge and has hit the stumps, and it's another wicket for Abdulaziz Timur.
Timur turning this game right in South Africa's favour. Another one goes down. Wally not able to show today why he's known as X for X Factor. You won't see any X Factor with the bat today. And we're going to take drinks as South Africa take another wicket. Let's just have a look at this one. Tossed up again, going for a big swing down the ground, maybe an inside edge. Could have been a googly. And wicket number 7 falls for New Zealand.
Yeah, 7 down for New Zealand. We'll take a quick drinks break. Powered by Vita 24 as Nick Smith walks to the wicket. So another big shout out to Vita 24 for powering our drinks break. Welcome back to the Wally Wilson Oval here at Western Province Cricket Club. It is The grand final of the IMC over 40s Cricket World Cup. Abdul Aziz Timur has just picked up another wicket as Nick Smith, the new man in, left-handed batter. There's still a slip for him, and he is coming over the wicket still. Starts off with the full banger. That one is hit straight to the man at point. Yasser Detza, dot ball. So South African tails up. 7 wickets before the second drinks break. 110 on the board. New Zealand asking their bowlers to do a lot of the heavy lifting. That's where he needs to be. And those batters need to see if they can face 93 more deliveries for New Zealand. Look at that wicket again from Abdul Aziz Timur. Jerome Wally did not pick it up out of the hand, just being shown by my producer that was indeed a googly. Keeping low at tide as well, but getting the leg stump. Bigger part on the off stump. That is another 4-1 driven straight to extra covers. Another dot ball. Nick Smith can bat, as we were told in the last game. Jim?
Yeah, he's a nuggety little batsman. Maybe not the most graceful, but he fights hard and he thinks a lot about his batting. Bats about 6 or 7, I believe, for his club side in Mount Maunganui, which is in the centre north of the North Island of New Zealand. And more of a bowling all-rounder, I suppose. Nick Smith bowls some left-arm spin. We'll see that later in the day. But for now, these two guys, Dench and Smith, they really need to just try and scramble whatever they can for New Zealand. 15 overs left. If they can somehow get to 160, maybe 170, that will be a target that they can defend.
Yeah, definitely. Just give your bowler something to bowl to.
Yeah.
Right, if you face 15 more overs here, you probably will get to that mark.
Yeah, but if they get rolled here for 120, I don't think that'll pose a challenge at all for the South Africans.
But you never know. It's cricket's a funny game. It is a final. Maybe the pressure of a final.
Maybe indeed, and we don't know too much about how the pitch is playing. We can only go based on what we're seeing here from the boundary's edge. Now we're going to see Peter Boyson for the first time, the big, tall, medium pacer. He didn't play against New Zealand in the round-robin match, so this is our first time for all of us seeing him bowl.
Yeah, starts off full into the pads. Call from the side of the field from Nathan Jones. There's only one. Lunimbane does oblige. Nelson on the board. So feet down if you're a South African fan.
Maxine Smith says, "Come on, Nicky, you live for this." Maybe a relative of Nick Smith. And, well, he does. He absolutely loves cricket, and he loves a fight, loves a scrap. He's a real competitor, is Nick Smith. So he'll be absolutely loving this big occasion, bit of pressure on him. And, from Boyson's point of view, big opportunity for him, getting to bowl in the final.
Shot. Just the hands there from Nick Smith. His square drives that one, and it should get a couple there to the point region.
Yeah, it's probably his favoured shot, is the offside drive, whether it's square or straighter.
And seemingly after the first 2 balls from Peter Boyson, he might get a few opportunities. It started off full. And it continues there. No swing from him, just going across the batter.
Still got a slip and play. The South Africans have kept that in pretty much throughout the day. And why not? They've had a catch there. The other opportunities have gone to that area.
this one just shapes away after it pitches. A bit of shape there from Peter Boyson and just maybe a little bit of extra bounce too.
Looks like Maxine might be Nick's wife, based on the YouTube comments. So if that's the case, Maxine, I hope you're enjoying staying up late watching hubby. He's having a great time over here.
Yeah, he's got a big job on his hands. Score a few runs here for his country. And Boyson is running in hard. Almost falls over from that last ball. Trying to hit the ball hard into the deck. He is getting just a little bit more bounce than all the other bowlers, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe with the exception of Daniel Steyer.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a big, tall unit. Who's that big, tall guy on the South African side now? I think he might be a left armer, plays in the IPL.
Marco Jansen?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, maybe a little bit reminiscent of that.
Yeah. Yeah, started off at tight 2-4, but the last 4 balls right on the money across the batter. So 3 comes off his first. New Zealand won 3 for 7. 14 overs left in the piece.
So we've seen 9 New Zealand batsmen at the wicket. Only one of them has passed 14. And that's Hardeep Singh, who scored 55. He looked like he was batting on a different wicket to everybody else. Greg Johnson out for 0. James Marshall for 9. Nick Horsley, he scored that 14. Scott Mara for 3. Run out. Ben Rapson out for 11. Jerem Wiley last to go for just 1. So a lot of low scores for New Zealand. And that's reflected in their total of 113 for 7. It's been all South Africa, really.
Batsman continues. His 2 overs have been exceptional so far. Abdulaziz Timur, 2 wickets, a wicket in each over. And just the 4 runs as well. Who tosses this one up a little bit more. Maybe just a tad too full.
He's tossed a few up. He got Hardeep out with a well tossed up delivery, and in fact Jerem Wiley with one as well. So he's not afraid to give it some air.
Oh, looking for the magic ball. Not going to get too many batters down there. Easy pickings. This one is pedal around the corner for 4. Good shot, Bodench.
Yeah, it's important that New Zealand are able to pick up runs off these bad balls. That one was down the leg, and he just... you wouldn't really call it a sweep shot. It was more of a horizontal bat shot. Vertical bat shot almost. Swatting it away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Well played though.
And another good shot. It's hard to play the on drive, especially against leg spinners. So that one goes straight to the fielder. And bowling from the other end, Peter Boyson. Oh, just goes a tad attacking there. And he goes cross bat against the spin. Controlled it well though, just the one.
So he's up to 14 now. Bo Dench, joint second highest score for New Zealand today.
Oh.
That might have been the googly. It looked like it beat Nick Smith on the outside, left-handed Nick Smith. So another good over from Abdul Aziz Timur. He has 2 for 9, off 3 overs. 2 wickets to Daniel Steyer, 2 to Lundi Mbani, now 2 to Timur. They're the wicket takers. There was a run out as well for New Zealand. 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 equals 7. And that's where we are with 13 overs to go. New Zealand 118 for 7. They really need to bat out those overs if they can. Somehow get up to maybe 160, 170.
Yeah, New Zealand is a pretty decent bowling lineup as well, so you do want to give your bowlers a chance to put pressure on the South African batters at the start of the innings. So yeah, 160, 170 gives you a lot of something to bowl at this one. Just a tad too straight. Good work by Vinny Moment on the next side. Prevent any runs from being taken.
Yeah, that's right. New Zealand do have a good bowling attack. They've got Peter Connell, who's come back, and he was outstanding against Australia. Paddy Sullivan with the left arm variation. Jeremy Wily has been pretty good in this tournament. Spinners, Nick Smith, Ben Rapson, and Farhan Mirza coming back into the side today after injury. So those will be the frontline bowlers for New Zealand. They just need something to bowl at, Wayne. And 118 won't be enough, I don't think. But if they can get 150, 160, 170, as I keep saying, that just might be, even though it's a very strong South African batting lineup.
Yeah, hopefully, from a New Zealand perspective, the team is listening to you right now. We get to that big mark that you've been saying the whole day, 180. This one is straight, and that's well played.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't need me to tell them that. There's a lot more cricket wisdom in that team than I possess. And one thing's for sure, that whatever the target that New Zealand has to defend, they will defend it with everything that they have. One last opportunity here. They're going to throw everything at this, as of course will the South Africans, playing on home turf in front of a home crowd.
Oh, just looking to fetch that one outside the off stump is Nick Smith. He will want to keep that shot in the backpack.
I can tell you quickly that in the over 60s World Cup, Australia are World Cup champions. They have beaten England by 8 wickets, so that's a bit of a thrashing, winning with 3 overs to spare.
Yeah, well done Team Australia, picking up a world title in the IMC over 60s World Cup in Chennai, India.
Yep, Darren Smith, the hero there, 88 not out, and also Tony Panicasio taking 4 for 32. So congratulations to Australia. They won the first ever over 50s World Cup in Sydney back in 2018, and they've now won the over 60s World Cup. England won the over 50s World Cup last year, beating South Africa.
Yeah, they beat South Africa here in the final in Cape Town at Newlands, less than a kilometre away from where we are right now. Yeah, we'll see if New Zealand can be another Trans-Tasman side to be the winners of the inaugural IMC tournament.
Yeah, well, New Zealand are perennial semi-finalists. They've made the semis of every 40s and 50s World Cup. They were finalists at the 2022 over 60s World Cup. But as with their open age counterparts, making the semis seems pretty easy, but they just can't win those major titles. Can today be the day when New Zealand finally wins a World Cup?
There it is, the iconic Newlands cricket ground. In your shot, last year's final was held there. Abdulaziz Timor will continue. Playing around that front pad is Nick Smith. It's got good hands. He won't mind that too much.
Yeah, so Western Province Cricket Club, as I understand it, was located at Newlands for many years previously until they shifted to this current venue just down the road.
Ooh, a bit aerial. That just dropped short. If you're on Fury at point.
I like this bowling from Timur. He tossed it right up and it was a bit wider, and even Nick Smith just couldn't resist trying to launch into that off drive. Didn't get hold of it, of course. And then he follows it up with a bit of a quicker one.
Now just back to Western Province Cricket Club. They've been great supporters of veterans cricket, not just in South Africa, but obviously with the 2 tournaments that have been held here over the last couple of years.
That's right, the semi-final of the over 50s World Cup was held here last year between these teams, New Zealand and South Africa. South Africa won that match quite comprehensively. I was in this exact same spot almost a year ago today.
Good shot from Nick Smith. Bit of a chase on there for Jan Faria. Should be an easy couple.
He's got it through the gap this time, has Smith, and they think about 3. That's a good arm from Faria. That would have been suicidal if they had come back. That was right over the bails. Gets a deserved round of applause.
Yeah, Jim, for your sake, I hope it's a different result for you this year.
Well, I'm neutral, of course, right now, but by you, I'm sure you mean the New Zealand team.
Yeah, 100%. Last ball of Timor's 4th. Bit of aggression in that drive from Nick Smith. Will they look to come back for 2? Bo Dench wanted to, but it's sent back by Nick Smith, so just a single.
Yeah, as I've said, that's his best shot, is the drive on the offside, and he's being fed it quite a lot by Timor, who's tossing it up and inviting it. But so far, Nick Smith's been up to it. There you can see the World Cup. That's what the teams are playing for. The IMC Over 40's World Cup. It's a beautiful trophy, and one of the captains is going to be holding that aloft, and perhaps Wayne even sampling a beverage from it if things go well.
Yeah, pretty sure our winning team might want to enjoy Devil's Peak straight off the cup. I'm pretty sure it will test a little bit different for the winning team. Here's Peter Boyson's 3rd. Starts off 4 there, Nick Smith. There is protection down there in the deep. That's Ludimbane, so just a single. And it's just starting to look a little bit more comfortable than the New Zealand batters. Is it maybe the South African bowlers taking the foot off the gas?
I wouldn't think so, but Peter Boyson not posing the same threat as, say, Lundi Mbani was. They've used 6 bowls.
I think that's right.
Yep,
2 straight. And just what I was talking about, so alluding to just now, just a lot more singles being taken by the New Zealand batters now.
Yeah, I don't want to put the mockers on them again, but these 2 batsmen just forging another little tiny partnership for New Zealand. 2 nuggety wee guys battling away in true Kiwi fashion.
Yeah, with an offer. Straight to the fielder there.
Sorry, Wayne, just want to give a little shout out to my old mate Clint Jacobs, who, if I recall correctly, lives in Port Elizabeth. I've toured with Clint to Sri Lanka and around South Africa. Good player. Played in the over 50s IPT, I believe, or over 40s one. Sorry, Clint. Anyway, hope you're well, mate. Thanks for the comment.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who is watching the stream right now. Do keep those comments coming. We will try our best to engage with you guys. Just over 10 overs left in the first innings of this IMC Over 40's World Cup final. South Africa winning the toss, choosing to bowl so far, looking like a good call.
It is. And Peter Connell, the New Zealand captain, I think was quite surprised that his counterpart Warren Dugmore won the toss and decided to bowl. Connell said that he would have batted first, and a lot of the chat around the pitch before the game was that batting first would be the best option. Warren Dugmore had other ideas, and his decision has borne fruit.
Just in 3 in a row there from Boyson, wide outside off. And Smith has attacked them. He goes straighter this time, and that's a much better cricket shot from him. Opens his face, runs it down. Nathan Jones is on the 3rd man fence for a single. So 60 balls remaining in this first innings of the final. It's 126 for 7.
Nick Smith played a crucial innings in the semi-final. I think he only scored about 3 or 4, but he came in with New Zealand 8 down and struggling to get the small target that they needed. And it was pretty tense there for a while. He was batting with James Marshall, but he kept a cool head, and he said later that he was loving every minute. Played sensibly then, and he's played sensibly so far today. I think he recognises his technical limitations, but he's got a big heart.
My favourite coaches once said, heart sometimes a lot better than talent. I assume he's got bucket loads of both.
Well, I say he has technical limitations. He doesn't have a wide range of shots, but he plays the spin quite well. He gets his bat out in front of the pad, and he knows his limitations, probably a good way of putting it. And I think he was probably the calmest player in the ground the other day when New Zealand were chasing that low total with difficulty. Oh, that was a good delivery from Timor. It was straight and invited Nick Smith to try and turn it onto the leg side. Missed it through to the keeper.
Yeah, got a little bit more bounce. It was the googly, but also it seemed to bounce a little bit more. And another googly this time. He's picked it out their hand. This time it's played down to the sweeper on the cover boundary on Free. So it does get a single off the last ball of the over. There's only 9 left. It's 127 for 7.
Yeah, I think aim number 1 for New Zealand has to be to bat out the overs. Even if they only get another, say, 23 runs off them, that would take them to 150. Ideally from here, 170 would be a great score. It's 43 runs or so from the last 9. Nick Smith seems to be getting all the strike here. He's faced 30 deliveries, and Bo Dench, who came into bat well before him, has only faced 33. So Smith facing a lot of balls.
Yeah, doesn't seem to mind absorbing the pressure for his team. And if they get themselves to about the 40th, 41st over, they can maybe have a swing, couple of wickets in the bag. But for now, you just want to get yourself to that mark. Yet again, outside off, yet again, he's tempted to look for the drive, isn't Nick Smith? And as I see in the comments, somebody talking about a lot of fielders in the covers. That is true. So it's not necessarily him just defending it, it's a lot of balls going straight to fielders, especially the ones that are buckets in that cover region. He's played that shot well. He's got him probably half of his run so far. Just opens his face, running down to third man. It's a good option because Peter Boyson isn't really tailing it back to him. It's just going across his body. So it's a good option for him.
Batsmen to come for New Zealand, Peter Connell and Farhan Mirza. The non-batting player for New Zealand will be Paddy Sullivan. I'll explain what I mean by that in a moment. Big shot by Dench, one bounce out to the fielder on the boundary. So these International Masters matches are played 12 aside. So each team must nominate a non-batter. So 11 can bat, just like normal cricket. And any of the 12 can bowl. So the teams need to nominate their non-batter at the toss. So New Zealand have named Paddy Sullivan as the non-batter.
He's going to go for the drive, and he continues to go for the drive. Right now, it's bearing fruits for him, and they're coming back for the second. But they're going to make it quite comfortably. A little bit fortunate, but runs are runs.
Yeah, I think at this point, that's a fair shot to play. That is one of his strengths. He got the edge, but the slip again is almost at a gully, really, now. He's so wide. I think you'd probably either call him a fourth slip or a gully, and that went between him and the keeper. Down to third man for a couple. Good running as well.
Yeah, bar the run out, the running has really been good. Seen a lot of drop and runs, a lot of singles that probably shouldn't have been. And they're going to need more of the same. He was looking to run it down, and that's probably why Carl Smith is in that position. Spoken about him getting a lot of runs in that region. And that's probably why Carl Smith at slip has moved that much wider. 4 runs off that last one from Poison. It's 131 for 7. Interestingly enough, haven't seen Yasa Dita get the ball yet.
That's right. He's been successful for South Africa. I don't have his stats up in front of me, but he bowls off spin, I believe, and he took quite a few wickets early on in the tournament and in the warm-up games. So I thought he would have played a bigger part in this tournament. But at this point of the innings, with only 8 overs to go, I'm not sure he's going to get a bowl.
Yeah, might just. Never know. Just trying to find him in the field, see if he is warming up. He's at deep point, beg your pardon, deep backward of square. And just seems to currently be put. He gives himself space, and this has been put down. South Africa's fielding has been decent, and that's the first blemish. And it is the guy who's taken the catch and the run out. It's Warren Dugmore.
Yeah, it was a good effort. It was hit pretty hard. He had to move across to his right, but catchable.
Back live. Another big shot. I think Bodench has decided it is time to attack. They have kept the spinner very quiet up until this point.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Wayne. It just looks like he's pushed the go button a little bit. Maybe they've decided that he will try and play some shots and Nick Smith will keep turning the strike over. Let's see.
Yeah, good run. Yet again, recognizing the fielders right on the edge of that 30-yard circle. We've got enough time to get across for a single. So for right now, we seem to be spot on. Smith's first ball has turned the strike over. See what Bodench does here. Ooh, he is giving himself some room. But that one was very well played. Just caressed that through for a single.
Yeah, Tamua followed him as he was backing away to the leg side, but Dench still able to get it out to the offside. New Zealand just eking out runs.
Ooh. Just happy to respect the good ball. That one was on the money. Just about middle and off. Pitching turning back into him. So he moved those 2 fielders up for the ball before. They want to give him the single clearly. They drop mid-on and extra cover. But he goes for the sweep instead, and there was a good work from the fielder there. If it had gone through, most probably a couple, if not a boundary. But another good end to the over. They get 3 off it. It's 134 for 7 after 38.
South Africa definitely bowled well early on, but I think the New Zealand top and middle order batters, as we're just going to see, oh, that's the drop catch. We can't quite see it there. Yeah, good effort from Doug Moore. Maybe should have clung on. But yeah, I think the New Zealand batsmen will feel that they let an opportunity slip. Some wickets just being gifted to the South Africans. Nick Horsley had a very gentle pull shot straight to square leg. Scott Mara run out. That was definitely avoidable. James Marshall arguably could have played that cut shot better. And they've left a lot of work for the tail enders to do. As we see another wide.
Yeah, it's been a lot less wides recently from a South African standpoint. So you obviously do need to keep those out. Do not want to take the pressure away from the Kiwi batters.
Straight up in the air, this will take some catching. The fielders aren't sure who's got it. No, he never looked settled under that. Who's the field? Is that Yako Castle there? Two fielders were deciding who was going to go for it, and the one who did never really looked like he was underneath it safely. I think it is Yako Castle. We'll see on the replay it was a skied slog sweep from Bo Dench, and if you watch Castle here, he's never quite certain. Look, he didn't settle underneath it. At the end, lost his footing, and somewhat unsurprising that it was dropped. We've seen a lot of skies dropped in this tournament. The pink ball difficult to pick up in the blue sky apparently.
And from what Brendan Buckley, the fielder that was next to him, he looks like he was pointing into the air and just saying it went straight into the sun or something around those lines.
Yeah. There's been a lot of skies dropped by players who are good enough to catch them. Look again. Yeah, just never settled underneath it. Also quite windy, Wayne. That could play a factor as well.
Yeah, definitely. With on offer, but Lundimbane down there for a single. He is hitting those drives really well, is Nick Smith.
I think a bit of an indictment on the New Zealand batting today is that I'm pretty sure this is the second highest partnership in the entire innings, and it's only 26. Not a chance. One bounce, out to Lindy and Barney. Good aggressive batting from Bo Dench again. So Hardeep Singh and Nick Horsley put on 38 for the third wicket. That's the highest partnership in this innings. Second highest partnership is the 28 between Smith and Dench here. So New Zealand just not building big enough partnerships.
Ooh, deeping Yorker that one was, but well dug out by Nick Smith. But yeah, just back to that partnerships. This is a very crucial one. I mean, it is only the second highest one, but at the timing that it has come in, it's been exactly what New Zealand have needed.
Daz reckons they've let New Zealand off the hook with this partnership. South Africans on the YouTube comments.
Yeah, inclined to agree with them. But that also goes down to sensible cricket from the pair of them, and of course a couple of chances got it down. From a South African standpoint, it is 39 gone, only 6 overs left in the mixer. It is 138 for 7. Big shout out to the sponsors one more time. Softphone VIP, powering everybody. It's a Sisonke Tourism and Travel, to Devil's Peak Lager, Vita 24, and indeed Pitch Vision Sports Technology.
Glenn Roberts is back again with another negative comment. He says that 12 players reflects a festival event, not a World Cup at all. Well, there's a few factors that I'm not sure you've considered, Glenn. I know you're not a big fan of me. This probably won't make you happier either. But you might not have time to get into all the reasons behind that. But Timur continuing, and there's another single for Bo Dench as he nicely guides it down to
Could be
third
more.
man. It's going to be 2 actually. Great running. Look at him go.
Yeah, good running indeed. I think what he did well there, Bo Dench, was he just got it about a meter and a half wide of Brendan Buckley, the man who was giving chase there. So he had a bit of work to do, and yeah, good calling as well to be able to turn and come back for 2. And it's gone a little bit quiet as well. Yeah, kind of feeling the momentum coming back into New Zealand a little bit.
Ever so slightly. I mean, they're still way beyond the 8 ball, but yeah, they're just fighting back into this game.
Yeah, he lined that up well before the ball had got to him, did Bodench. Lucky for him, that went straight to the fielder.
Yep, Daz reckons the SA have blown a golden chance. And Peter Wood says we need spin from both ends.
Yeah, very surprised that Yasadita didn't come on at the same time as Timur or as the change after Ludimbane. This one kept him tight into the crease there next month. Just a little bit more sharper turn. Yeah, I agree a little bit there, Peter. Good cricket, sensible cricket.
Well, it was. Timur tossed it up, inviting Nick Smith to play a wild shot. But he plays a sensible one for another single. Smith is up to 14 now. Bodench 24.
Goes again for the big shot. It's a little bit of a teaser for Nathan Jones. Thought it was going to come to him at full speed. Had to, in the end, just run after it a bit. Just a single.
Yeah, neither of these batsmen are going to win the most elegant batsman award, but they playing gritty innings. Would have been so easy for New Zealand to topple over there when they were 7 down, but they're fighting back. Can they post a target that the bowlers can defend?
Oh, quicker one. Catches the edge, and that's unfortunate for him because of the speed. It will race to the fence for 4.
Yeah, more ugly runs for New Zealand. Little edge down through where slip would have been, and had enough pace on it to reach the boundary for 4. So crucial, vital runs for New Zealand. Let's have a look at it again. Coming over the wicket, angling across. Nick Smith takes the edge.
Yeah, that's the end of the 40th. 147 on the board now. It's looking a lot more respectable, the score now. Partnership is up to 37. So very decent work done by this pair. Could maybe ask Bodench to have a bit of a go now. And 200 is not out of the realms of possibility.
Maxine Smith she's just put an anchor emoji there. Yes, Maxine, your hubby Nick, he is playing the anchor role.
And he's playing it well as well. Both chances that have been put down in this partnership have been to Bodench, so he has been the anchor, chanceless. And gone.
This time he's gone. Going for an expansive shot outside the off stump. It's that time of the innings, and just catching a thick edge through to the keeper Moolman, who does the rest. So an easy wicket for South Africa, and the partnership that had got through to 37 ends. Bodench was caught Moolman, bowled Boyson for 25. So good innings from Bodench. Coming in with New Zealand in a lot of trouble. They're still in trouble, but he's really played a good hand for his country in what could be a low-scoring match. 25 might prove somewhat decisive.
Yeah, I think that's a really quality innings, that, in the context of the game from Bodench. Big 25 that was. 25 doesn't sound all that impressive, but a very, very big 25 in the context of the game. It does bring the skipper to the middle. Peter Connell, he would have wanted to bat. Well, he's going to have to bat himself now and see if he can push his team to closer to that 200 mark.
Yeah, he's got 5 overs left to bat. New Zealand 8 down now. So again, they have to be careful and they have to strike that balance between scoring runs and not being bowled out.
Yeah, hasn't batted all too often. Twice so far. One innings made 10. Other one was not out for 3. So he's gotten a few more deliveries now to try and add more runs to his over 40s, beg your pardon, IMC over 40s World Cup 2024 stats.
Yeah, he backs himself with the bat, does Peter Connell. He has played for Ireland at open age level, so he's faced some good bowling. And he's scored a few runs at that level, so he can hold a bat, coming in at 10 today for New Zealand. Well, you wouldn't know based on that shot. He looked all at sea there. The man with number 1 on his bat, Peter Connell, played for Ireland by dint of, I think, his grandmother's birthplace. But he's a proud Kiwi from Hawke's Bay, spent time in Wellington. He'll open the bowling for New Zealand, but he's got a job to do with the bat here.
Aerial, but it's wide enough of the fielder for them to be able to come through for a second. They're going to get the second. This is going to be out.
Another run out for New Zealand, and that was not sensible running, I have to say. We'll have to look at the replay to see where we can cast the blame for that, but just when New Zealand needed to somehow fight a little bit more for 5 overs, they've gifted the South Africans another run out that was sort of squirted down to third man. Easy one, of course, but I don't think there was 2 there. We can't see the batsman, but he was run out by about 5 or 6 metres.
Yeah, it looked like Peter Connell wanted to go, and Nick Smith didn't want, and Peter Connell called it for a second time, and then they went. But I think we spoke about it earlier. If there's fielders you want to take their arm on, it's not your hunt free.
Yeah. Farhan Mirza has rushed out to the crease, so he's keen to show what he can do with the bat. But when Dench and Smith were there, they were edging slowly up to 170. I don't think that 147 is enough. They need to somehow get another 20 runs here. It's not easy for batting, but 140, 150 is too few in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Farhan Mirza is the one solitary run so far this competition. He's only batted once. Second opportunity for him now. And Peter Boyson with his tails up starts off on the leg side.
Well, Mirza's another guy who backs himself with the bat. I think he feels he might deserve to bat a couple of spots higher in the order. Not complaining, of course, but yeah, he sees himself as having something to offer. Here's his chance in the final of the World Cup.
Ooh, slower ball, tossed it up, and this time, no drama with the running.
Mirza will have a big role to play with the ball as we see the 150 come up for New Zealand. It's been hard work, but they've got there. Mirza was the leading wicket taker early on in the tournament. Took a 5 against India, then got injured. So he's missed 2 or 3 games for New Zealand. Three I think. Come back for the final.
Yeah, what a time to have somebody like that coming back into the fold. We've seen the spin of Abdulaziz Timur cause some problems for the Kiwi batters today. Let's see if somebody like a Farhan Mirza can do the same later on.
Yeah, New Zealand's got 3 frontline spinners. South Africa, we've only seen 1 spin bowler today.
Shot. Small gap between point and cover point, and that is absolute perfection by Nick Smith.
Well, that's one of the shots of the day, Wayne, in terms of picking the gap, and just a nice, crisp cut shot. He got right over the top of it. Let's have another look at that one on the replay. Coming round the wicket, Boyson. But he gave enough width, and Smith slapped it beautifully between point and third man.
Yeah, if you look at that, I think there's less than a meter, maybe 2 meters between those 2 fielders. So it is absolute perfection in terms of placement from Nick Smith. He's starting to see it well now. He's on 23 or 46. And it goes again, but this time it goes straight to Yasaditsa. A little bit of a fumble, but not taking the run.
Second boundary for Nick Smith. He got that little nick down through slips off Timur a couple of overs ago, but that's the first authoritative boundary from Smith. And the first one for New Zealand for quite a while. So the New Zealand scorecard doesn't make great reading. Apart from Hardeep's 55, the scores have been 0, 9, 14, 3, 11, 25 for Bo Dench, 1, And now Nick Smith 23, Peter Connell 1. So a few starts, but no one going on to make that 80 or 90 that you need. You see a crowd enjoying things up on the balcony there. I think I can see the Welsh team wearing red. Hopefully all the teams that didn't make the final will be here at some stage today. The final dinner is going to take place today at Western Province Cricket Club. And yeah, finally, Yasir Ditta is going to get a bowl with only 4 overs to go. It won't be a long spell, so he'll get a maximum of 2 with his off breaks.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, the bowlers did very, very well. So maybe from that standpoint, understandable why they wouldn't have brought him on. But here he is, eventually, Yasir Ditta, shirt number 82. 8 wickets in the competition at an insane average of 9.75 and an economy of 3.1.
Amazing that he hasn't bowled earlier, I'd say.
Just been told by my producer that 3 wicket haul, 3 for 12, was also in a winning effort in the semi-final against England to get the team into the final today.
Right, so he's in form, he's got wickets, and he's not really getting much of an opportunity here, coming in with just 4 overs to go. But if he can take this final wicket, then it'll be job done for Ditta.
Ooh, just a little bit more turn than what Farhan was expecting, that one coming off the inside half of the bat.
And the Kiwis won't know much about Ditta. They didn't play him in the round-robin game, so they might be thinking he's a part-time bowler.
Oh, he's using his feet. So there might be a few oohs and ahs. Gotta remember that he is bowling to a number 11, regardless whether the number 11 thinks he's a number 11 or not.
That's a pleasant shot by Mirza, down to long off for 1.
Yeah, good hands. Played that through the line. Sorry, Farhan, you're not looking like a number 11 now.
Mark Nicole pointing out that if South Africa get up here, they will have won all 3 trophies, with Namibia winning the bowl and Zimbabwe winning the plate for positions 9 and 5th respectively. If South Africa can win the cup, that'll mean that all 3 pieces of silverware will remain on the African continent.
It's a beautiful stat there, Mark.
Sorry, I was just going to point out that Mark Nicole is a member of the Namibian side. Or is it the Zimbabwe side? Sorry, I don't want to get that one wrong. I'm sure he'll correct us. Ooh, bit of spin there from Ditta. Actually, I'm pretty sure Mark plays for Zimbabwe, sorry. Scored a good 46 against USA yesterday off just 23 balls.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that with Nick Smith being a lefty and just seeing a couple beating the outside edge of it, very interesting that Yasir didn't come on a lot earlier.
Yeah, there was a bit of spin there, and we have seen Timur get some spin. So New Zealand have 3 frontline spinners, as I mentioned. Nick Smith, Ben Rapson, Farhan Mirza. They've got variation. They've got a left arm finger spinner, right arm finger spinner, and a right arm wrist spinner. So with New Zealand only defending a small total, we might see those spinners come into play pretty early. 155 now. Can they get up to 170? Or even 160?
How's it, Drummy? We are at Western Province Cricket Club, the Wally Wilson Oval. Do join us if you want to come through. Free entry. Great vibe, great atmosphere. Lots of South African flags around.
Has he got him? Yes, he has. 10th wicket falls. Mirza stands around. He's not happy, but Umpire's finger goes up. South Africa have bowled out New Zealand for 155. Last to go, Farhan Mirza caught by Werner Moorman off the bowling of Pieter Boysen. And New Zealand will not get to that 170. They will get 155. All out. We'll just watch that one on replay before we recap the innings. See full and Mirza rightfully going for the drive, catching a little edge. No hesitation from the umpire. Mirza doesn't think he hit it, but that's academic now. So Boyson, he finishes with 2 wickets, 2 for 23. And New Zealand at 155 all out. So we'll have a break of about 45 minutes. When we come back, New Zealand will need 156. I'll just leave you with some final words from Wayne.
Yeah, great work from South Africa. Great work from New Zealand to start off, just to bring themselves back into the contest. But the South African team getting a lovely applause as they walk off the field, deservedly so. Fantastic performances all through the team. 3 bowlers taking 2 wickets apiece. Beg your pardon, 4 bowlers taking 2 wickets apiece. Dan Starya, Lundimbane, Abdulaziz Timur and Peter Boyson, all 4 of them taking 4 wickets, sharing the wickets evenly. And a wicket, and a couple of run-outs as well, just to add to that. But from a New Zealand batting standpoint, apart from the 25 from Bo Dench and Nick Smith, 23 not out. Really, Hardip Singh had little to no help as in his 55. But 155 all out after 42.2 overs. We'll see you, ladies and gentlemen, in about 45 minutes when South Africa need 156 from 45 overs to win the International Masters Cricket over 40s Cricket World Cup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the 84th and final innings of the IMC Over 40s Cricket World Cup 2024 here live from Western Province Cricket Club, the Wally Wilson Oval. 155 runs on the board for New Zealand. Now it's their time to defend those runs. Jim, what do you think is going to happen here in the next 45 or so overs?
I'm just so impressed that you had that stat on the number of innings. It's a great way to start. Look, it's not a great total. Let's be fair about that. Pitch is allegedly a bit tricky. 155, probably at least 25, 30 runs short of what New Zealand would have felt was the minimum on this wicket. So it's a really obvious thing to say, but early wickets are going to be so crucial, and just chipping away throughout. I did have a look at the wicket between the innings. It doesn't look like it's breaking up too much. A little bit at this near end, as we see it on the screen here. A little bit crumbly. Not too bad at the far end, but if anything, it looks like it's flattening out a little bit with the sun on it. I think the key might be the variable bounce rather than any sort of softness, which may have been a factor earlier on. So New Zealand really have to keep the 4 balls down to a minimum. Peter Connor was excellent against Australia the other day. He bowled a really good line, decent pace. So the seam bowlers will need to be accurate, try and nick out 2 or 3 early on, and then leave it up to the spin bowling attack to do the rest. It's from the New Zealand perspective.
Yeah, definitely. And you want to get this guy nice and early. Warren Dugmore, their leading run scorer. By there I mean South Africa, 206 runs, 350s, averaging over 50 in the competition. He is the key wickets here from a South African standpoint. He opens with Carl Smith. Peter Connor will bowl to him. And it starts off right on the money.
Yeah, he's a good player, Warren Dugmore. You can see he's averaged 51 in this tournament. Strike rate of 80, 350s. He hasn't got past 56 though, so maybe he's got a weakness in the 50s.
Yeah, definitely. But from a New Zealand standpoint, you don't want him to get that far today.
Of course not. 2 slips. That's Ben Rapson and Nick Horsley, I think. Yeah, the wicket looks pretty gentle at the moment. South Africa bowled really well in the first innings. We have to give them credit for that. They took advantage of the conditions.
So 3 dots have to obviously build up some pressure here, New Zealand. Pressure will force the South Africans to try and make a play. So you have to bowl as many dot balls as possible.
Yeah, run rate's not going to be a problem for them.
No.
It's only about 3.6 or 3.7 they need. So New Zealand just have to try and eke out some wickets, whether it's a nick behind to one of those slips or one that keeps low and traps the batsman LB. Maybe there's still a little bit of juice in this pitch that Connell or Paddy Sullivan can extract. They've got to hold on to their catches. That's another truism.
So 5 balls just outside the off stump. Couple fended off. This one is left alone. He's going to have to be consistent with the line.
Well, just as you say that, Wayne, he does slip one down the leg side, which he does do occasionally. As I said, he was very good against Australia with his line. But in the first over, conceding a wide. It does happen with these balls, they do swing.
Yeah, there was a lot of swing on that last one. Pitch just about middle and leg, and just went on with the arm, swinging back away, as that one does too. This one comes off the pad, And no runs off the bat yet. It's another extra.
So the wind has died down a bit. It was quite blustery earlier. As you see on your screen there, it's blowing, I think, from sort of right to left, maybe a bit over the shoulder of a batsman facing away from us. So sort of from the bottom right to the top left. And that might help the in-swing of Paddy Sullivan, who's going to come from the far end. There he is there. You can see him marking his run-up, number 14, left armer. And he generally swings it in to the right-hander.
He had a good game last time out, didn't Sullivan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's bowled well in this tournament without taking a huge number of wickets. He's challenged batsmen, well, you can see there 3 wickets at 41. But he's challenged batsmen when he's got his length right. If anything, he's erred by bowling a few low full tosses. When he's managed to get on that good length, he's been quite hard to get away. So Doug Moore doing all the batting for South Africa so far. And there's swing, but too much of it.
Yeah, definitely some swing there. It's going to be an interesting toss of the lefty with the left-handed batter as well. So definitely those 2 slips on your screen definitely in play, I think.
Yes, Ben Rapson very safe in the slips. He's taken some screamers in this tournament. Another wide.
Yeah, we saw South African bowlers as well in the first 10 or so overs struggling to control it. Is it maybe coming down to the ball itself? Maybe the swing on offer?
The ball, these Duke's balls that we use, they do swing early on. Maybe the swing doesn't last very long. That one down the leg side this time. So yet to bowl a legitimate delivery, Paddy Sullivan.
Yeah, just needs a couple of deep breaths. Recenter himself. Quite literally.
Needs to recenter the ball.
Oh, there you go. That's what happens when you bowl it fuller, inside edge. That one didn't swing as much. Doug Moore was playing for the swing. That one, inside edge onto the pads, start ball. Oh, slightly aerial. Don't know if I was hitting to the ground or did I pop off the bat. But mid-wicket, must have thought he was in business there for half a second.
Well, that was quite aerial. Out towards Nick Smith, who's sort of at mid-wicket, I guess, square mid-wicket. And Cries have catch it, but it wasn't really near him. We did see a few popping early on in the New Zealand innings, particularly off the bat of Nick Horsley.
First look at Carl Smith today. He's been at the non-striker for the first 8 balls. He's had a quietish tournament as well as Carl Smith, but what a time for you to raise your hand up for your team in the final. They clipped the pad through. And umpire agrees with us. Yeah, just averaging 22. Got a 49 in the competition, but striker of 117. Yeah, hasn't had the tournament that he would have been looking for.
Well, that 49 came against New Zealand, and it was off about 40 balls, so he was dangerous in that match. He hit some great boundaries, but I guess he hasn't found the other teams to his liking.
Some more extras. Another leg by. Yeah, we'll see if that's the way he's going to attack this game. Obviously, different surface that was played on that occasion. Oh, some width on offer. Maybe tempting him to look for that pull shot. Got James Marshall at point. It's a very good fielder, so maybe a ploy.
Yeah, looks like that one might have stuck in the wicket a little bit.
Yeah, I
he
think
was a
so
bit
too.
early on the shot.
A lot of swing this time. This one is flirting with that wide line. I think it's just inside. It's another dot ball. And it's an end to the first, beg your pardon, second over of the innings. So far, extras doing most of the damage. I think the longer it takes for South Africa to score that first boundary, the more antsy they will get. I mean, there is the added pressure of having to play this final, but also the added pressure of having to play it at home in front of your fans. So that could be something that, from a New Zealand standpoint, you could exploit.
Yeah, so even though the South African run rate required is low, it's only 3.5, so that's not an issue at all. Dot balls always create pressure, and boundaries always ease pressure. So if New Zealand can string a few maidens or really tight overs together, then South Africa just might search a little bit for runs rather than just letting them come.
Not too short, but it's cross-batted. It wasn't really short, but he pulled that one to deep square. Next minute down there just for a single. First rounds off the bat of Cosmet. And just back to your point, especially when defending a low total, it's important to not try and get the wickets, but rather to build pressure as the wickets will actually bring themselves in. So it's going to come down to the discipline of the New Zealand bowlers, see if they can string together a few quiet overs and really make it South Africa's game to play.
Yeah, Peter Connell just hammering away on that good length. That's his stock ball. Just a good length delivery on off stump. Yeah, so welcome to you wherever you are around the world. If you're staying up late in New Zealand, it's 1:15 in the morning. If you're in Australia on the east coast, it'll be about 11:15 at night. And if you're in South Africa, it's the same time as it is here, 2:13 in the afternoon. And I think England, the UK might be an hour or two behind us here. Yeah. And if you're watching from North America, you might be just waking up and watching some cricket with your breakfast.
First shot in anger there from a South African bat. Warren Dugmore just waiting on it, and the very last second just punches that off the back foot. Slightly open face. That's racing behind square for 4.
Yeah, good shot. Peter Connell just erring in line this time. Length of it okay. Wasn't super wide, and he played it with a nice vertical bat, but just beautifully timed. This boundary, South Africa.
That was all hands, really. Yeah, I think that was just all hands from Warren Dugmore. His ability, bat speed, if I can call it that, just opening his face and just punching that through the point region. First boundary will ease a few nerves, get the crowd on their side as well. And that's the end of the third. It's off on the board after 3. We'll bring this early breakthrough from New Zealand. Oh, just pitching outside the line of leg stump. Any straighter, that would have been a very, very good shot from Sullivan. Want a few more of those. If you're from New Zealand. Definitely pitching outside leg. Jaco Castle. Good on his assessments of that. Looking for that pull shot is Smith. But very good work from behind the stumps there from Bodench, making sure that the batter stay put.
If you are just joining us, New Zealand lost the toss. They were put into bat. 155 all out. Only Hardeep Singh with 55 really getting going today. For South Africa, 2 wickets to each of Daniel Steyer, Lundi Mbani, Abdul Aziz Tamor and Peter Boyson. So plenty of twofers.
And 2 for the fielders as well, 2 run-outs.
That's right, yep, 2 run-outs.
Wind starting to pick up slightly. See the umpire there losing his hat for a second. Let's do some running adjustments. All seems well. Shot. Now that was just pure power from Warren Dugmore. Not too short again. Short arm jab, and that one is raced to the fence behind square.
Lovely shot from the South African captain. Just picked it up quite early that it was short, and it was a nice easy swing of the bat, and because he's such a big strong guy, the power takes care of itself.
Yeah, Sullivan only got the line wrong there. The length not too bad. But Dugmore able, this one was aerial. And nobody there in that gully region will just be a single. So still some swing. He was reaching for that one outside the off stump, and it comes off the outside half of the bat.
Yeah, Paddy Sullivan's weapon in these opening overs is going to be the swing, which he gets. He's not going to scare anybody with his pace, but he's able to swing the ball. He'll be swinging it into Schmidt here. Indeed, into the pads, but they'll pick up a leg by. And things looking comfortable for South Africa so far. The DJ around the ground here is playing Eye of the Tiger. Makes a nice change from the ABBA that we heard for about 2 hours earlier in the day. Let's see if Peter Connell's got the Eye of the Tiger to grab some wickets for New Zealand. It's high up in the air. It's coming down towards us. Can James Marshall get there? He's circling underneath it. No, he can't. He's got to do well not to hit it over the boundary line here. It was never really a catching opportunity. It was always past him. It was hit way, way, way up in the air, and Marshall circled underneath it for a long time, and it ended up falling about 3 meters in front of him, I think.
Yeah, would have taken some catching. That would have been probably the catch of the tournament if he had gotten there. Covered a lot of distance. Kept his eyes on the ball the entire time, but yeah, just a meter in front of him. But it's good to see that's some half, maybe quarter chances here for New Zealand.
No chance there. That's a lovely, fluent extra cover drive from Dugmore. And having created a half opportunity the ball before, Peter Connell has just bowled a long half volley, which Dugmore has stroked with a nice, beautiful high elbow out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, we saw Dugmore try that the last over and get the thick outside edge, but not as much swing from Peter Connell's end here, and that just came out straight up the middle of the bat and raced to the fence for 4.
So Connell does enjoy bowling on a good length, and perhaps that lofted shot that we saw a couple of balls before was intended to throw him off his length. Arguably it did, because the next ball was fuller and wider. Finger goes up, wicket for New Zealand. Connell strikes. He does vary his length, but he bowls it fuller this time. And Dugmore trying to hit it on the onside. I thought there might have been 2 sounds initially, Wayne, but obviously not. The Kiwis were adamant that it was out, and Peter Tate, the umpire at this end, has that slow finger of death, and up it came. First breakthrough for New Zealand.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, if there's no bat in there, that's definitely a good shot. And it was 2 sounds, but yeah, most think that's a bat hitting his foot, seemingly, and that's a very, very good ball. Was picking up there was no swing for him, but that one tailing back quite a bit, that would have hit middle of leg. That's wicket number 1 down for South Africa.
Well, it was, but the other thing was that Dugmore moved across his stumps quite a bit. So even though he was trying to hit it leg side, the ball was actually middle and off. So he had to hit it, and unfortunately for him, he didn't.
So yeah, Warren, he's gone for 14 of 19. And that's the end of his tournament there. He still leads South Africa's run scoring charts. But that's where his tournament ends, South Africa.
Now, Werner Mullman is the new man, and his record doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. 27 runs from 4 innings, average of 9, best of 19. But the South Africans obviously have faith in his batting ability. He has scored runs at domestic level for, I don't know which team he plays for, but in the South African Masters competition. But he's come to the wicket with South Africa 24 for 1, and New Zealand captain Peter Connell has his tail up now. These are the early, well, that's the early breakthrough that New Zealand needed, early-ish.
Yeah, I've watched him a couple of times this tournament. Werner Mullman tends to take his time. He doesn't worry too much about his run scoring. We'll see that strike rate throughout the competition at 43. So he does tend to take his time. He hasn't had a great tournament. Getting signs that he plays for Western Province in the IPTs for over 40s. And yeah, he's going to need his best innings to step up here in the final.
He's got a pretty good record at domestic over 40s level. We'll talk about that in a moment. He's played a fair bit of T20 cricket at veterans level. Averages 84 with the bat there, so he can score quickly. In one-day matches, he averaged 47 at the South African IPT. And played well in the over 40s Africa Cup, averaged 62 there. So he is a good batsman. He just hasn't had things go as well his way in this tournament.
Yeah, he's had a bigger role with the gloves. He's been definitely top 3 gloveman in this competition. And he would like to say his keeping has kept him in the team. Sullivan continues. He's bowling those in-swingers. In-swingers to the righties, now 2 right-handed batters after the loss of Warren Dugmore.
As you say, though, Warren Dugmore was the leading run scorer for South Africa, and he's gone now, so that's a big wicket for New Zealand to get. Oh, I think he nicked that. It kept low. It was a length delivery, and Smith poked at it. I'm pretty sure he got a little nick on it, but because it kept so low, it just didn't carry through to keeper Bo Dench. We'll see here. Yeah, dropped in front of Dench, who did quite well, actually, to collect that.
Yeah, definitely had a sound. Definitely think he got a little bit of a feather on that. So not all doom and gloom from New Zealand. There's a lot of signs here for a very famous comeback win.
Well, I think it's too early to tell, Wayne, but, you know, Kiwis don't give up.
Oh, that one tailed back a lot more than the first 2. You can see that from Smith, the way he pulled his bat in front of his pad. So he's continuing to get some swing as Sullivan. He's got 4 dot balls, there's a wicket. Smith is playing outside his character, 3 of 13. Hasn't looked to attack as of yet. Mullman, throughout the duration of this competition, hasn't looked to be attacking at all. So this could be the period that New Zealand can keep South Africa quiet. That one too straight though. Let's turn around the corner for a single. James Marshall will accompany that ball into the hands of Scott Mara. Good way to end that over. Nice quiet over, just a single coming from it. It's 25 for 1 after 6. So not a lot of runs required. But a few more of those overs, you might see the South African players look to make a play. One telltale sign of a batter who looks to hit the leather out of the ball. Doesn't wear helmets, and that's exactly Carl Smith right now. He has started cautiously though, 3 of 14 now. Beg your pardon, 4 of 14.
Yeah, a bit of a change from the other day where he scored 49 off 40, I think, and he was very attacking right from the start. New Zealand bowling better than they did that day, the opening bowlers. They were a little bit wayward that day.
First sign of attack from Carl Smith this time. He hits that over the bowler's head. It was one of the most effective shots in cricket. No fielders back there. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, it was quite simple from Schmidt. It was just tossed up a little bit and he just quite safely just clonked it back over Peter Connell's head. He wasn't trying to hit it for 6. Just a good, well-timed shot down the ground.
Whoa.
Full again, looking for the Yorker. That's the length that he got Dugmore with. But Smith was equal to it.
Yeah, definitely be asking to bowl a whole lot more of those. I think that's a very good wicket-taking option delivery for him.
Full again. Honing in on the bottom of the stumps there.
Yeah, right on cue. He's definitely looking to hit those stumps. He's got a deep backward of square and a fine leg. That suggests that he's looking to bowl it straight, maybe a bit shorter as well. Oh, that one seemed to tail back a bit after the wicket.
Well, that had some sort of tennis ball-y bounce in it, that one. It was at a length which has gone at about stump height throughout the day, or half stump height in some cases, and that one came up and hit him on the thigh pad.
Still a few gremlins in this wicket. Well played. That's a chance for a run out now.
Oh, are we going to see an overthrow here? A little bit of a misfield by the man backing up. Just one.
So that's another 5 to the total. It's 30 for 1 after 7 now. 20 balls faced by Carl Smith. He's now hit a boundary. Morman still fresh at the crease. He's faced 3 balls.
Beautiful shot by Smith. It was an over-toss delivery by Paddy Sullivan. Not enough swing to trouble him. And he just played a lovely free swing of the bat, smashing it through cover for 4. Have a look at this one. Look at the angle. Yeah, tossed up, and he held the nice high elbow again for the cameras.
Yeah, I think that was a genuine half volley, really. A definite hit me ball, and somebody like Carl Smith is always looking for scoring options. He'll take that all day, every day.
He's freeing up a bit now, Carl Schmidt. That one has partially been fielded by Farhan Mirza at mid-off, parried across to fellow Indian-born Hardeep Singh at mid-on. Smith looking fluent now. I think Peter Connell will have to consider a change in the bowling. I'm not saying these two are bowling badly, but doesn't have runs to play with.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up just now. Sullivan hits the mark again, drop and run, and they will get there quite comfortably too. Good running. I was going to bring that up and say, how soon do we expect to see the spinners after the relative success of the South African spinners?
Well, Connell throughout this tournament, when he's been captain, has given bowlers longish spells. Paddy Sullivan's been bowling 7 and 8 over spells. I don't think he'll do that today though. New Zealand's strength is in its spin bowling, and they don't have a big target to defend. When Sullivan's bowled those long spells, they've been defending big totals, so it hasn't mattered. But he's got to juggle his bowlers today.
Yeah, it is a difficult situation if you're a captain, especially with a low target like this. You haven't gotten the 3 early wickets that you would ideally want to take. At what point do you bring on your spin options? At what point do you bring on your strike bowlers? Do you take them off before they've made an impact? Those little questions sort of linger in your head.
The other thing is that Peter Connell himself is an opening bowler, which means he has to think about that sort of thing while also thinking about his own bowling and trying to focus on that. So you don't see many fast bowlers captaining sides, and that's one of the reasons why. So it's just an extra challenge for him. Oh, misfield by James Marshall. It's going out towards the boundary, and they take 2. So a rare misfield from James Marshall. He's very good inside the ring. So no signal as far as I can tell from Connell to Sullivan, so it looks like Sullivan will continue for another one. Connell's going to continue as well. Connell has 1 for 16 from 4. Paddy Sullivan none for 19 from 4. So both the bowlers bowling well, but apart from that 1 wicket, they haven't looked especially incisive. Beautiful off drive, that's coming down towards us. I don't think that James Marshall will cut it off. Pops over the rope just in front of us here in the commentary position. Lovely off drive. And that's a good confidence booster for Werner Mulman. Have a look at this one here. Full again. And almost a full face of the bat. Lovely off drive. Good confident shot. Driven again. This is coming down towards us. I think this is going to be 4 more. Poor old James Marshall has to chase after again. He'll stop it just inside the line. He is struggling with a leg injury. And they take 3 now. So Peter Connell tossing it up there, maybe searching for a nick rather than relying on that good length that he started off with. And Werner Mulman showing that he enjoys a straight drive or 2. Now I think that if Connell can't get a breakthrough in this over, he might have to consider turning to his reserves, his bowling reserves. That's what I mean. Maybe Nick Smith coming on. Obviously, Connell would prefer spinners to come in after the 15th over, but he won't have that luxury today, I don't think. And now he bowls a wide. 43 for 1. South Africa are already more than a quarter of the way to their target, and they're making batting look pretty easy out there. Yeah, we can see Ben Rapson doing the big windmills there at first slip. Might be a sign that he's going to be the first change. Cut away. Nice shot from Smith. That didn't have much venom in that delivery, and Smith just waited on it and thumped it nicely down through cover in front of square for 4. Cover point. Yeah, pretty gentle pace, not much bounce. Easy pickings for a batsman who's in form like Kyle Schmidt. End of Connell's over, 1 for 26. He has off 5. And I think New Zealand have to make some changes here. We are going to see a change. It's more seam. Wally, number 23, marking his run-up from the far end. So he'll replace Paddy Sullivan. Now what we've seen from Wily so far is that he doesn't have a long run-up, but he bowls a heavyish ball, and he bowls quite full. He's got a great Yorker. Not sure if we've got his tournament stats available. So Wally will look to maybe surprise the batters a little bit with the occasional quicker delivery. He's a bit quicker than you think when he comes trundling in. You can see he's got 8 wickets, an average of just 12, so that's excellent. I didn't realise he had quite so many wickets. 3.84 is his economy rate. And he's come in at various stages during the innings. He can bowl at the death. That probably won't be relevant today. But he's been very effective for New Zealand on these South African wickets. And as I've mentioned a few times in the tournament, his nickname is X, short for X Factor, because he just sort of makes things happen for the New Zealand team, whether it's with the bat or the ball. And what better time to do that than in the final of a World Cup? Meanwhile, Schmidt and Moorman looking pretty easy at the crease.
"50 up for South Africa, comes through with the wide. It's only 106 more to get. This one is aerial. And it is spinning away from the fielder for 4. Quite unfortunate that for the fielder. He thought it was in the game the whole time.
Yeah, Greg Johnson there, it teased him. He thought he was going to cut it off, but like you say, there was plenty of spin on it, and it just spun and spun again, and ended up giving him no chance. So a bit of width, and Smith chasing it, putting his weight behind it. I have to say these ball boys are doing some great fielding. They're spread out.
Yeah, having lost a second, having to retrieve the ball. They've been right on the money.
Well, they've got fresh legs. They haven't played,
yeah, they do.
They haven't played 7 games, 45 over cricket.
On the wide. He's getting a little bit of swing, but he's starting it too wide outside the off stump. Right now it's Wally.
He's struggling with the radar here, Wily. maybe just trying to do something miraculous rather than just focusing on starting off with line and length.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see spinner come in instantly. Somebody like a Nick Smith with the two right-handed batters in.
He's been quite traditional and perhaps even a little formulaic with his bowling changes, Peter Connell. We haven't seen spin come in early at all throughout the tournament. He's definitely gone with the kind of old-fashioned approach, I guess, of bowling your seamers for the first 15 overs. Edge down through the vacant gully area, down to the boundary for 4 runs. It's a streak of luck for Schmidt, but well deserved.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave. He was brave enough to take it on that time. There's still a lot of swing on offer, so for him to be going after those deliveries, quite brave of him. But just enough of the outside edge for it to fly wide off the slips, and just not enough of it for it to fly to that man on the edge of the third man inner ring. Just off picture there, just missed one. That one going straight through to the keeper for a dot ball. It's a big over already, 11 coming off it from Wally. Oh, and he gets that one on the money, where he's needed to be all over.
That's exactly right. And New Zealand's strength today with the ball is going to be their spinners. So defending a very low target, I think they need to get them straight in as soon as they can. And just as I say that, Nick Smith starts to mark his run up.
Yeah, definitely some time for some spin. So the spinners turning the ball from South African standpoint earlier on. I mean, when they saw an over from Yasser Dieter, the offie, but he was getting some revs on that. So good to see a bowler who's going to turn the ball away from the two right-handed batters. Been given a chance early on. Nick Smith looks like he's coming on.
Yeah, I'd be looking for the spinners to bowl the bulk of the remaining overs in this match. We've got Nick Smith, we've got Ben Rapson, Farhan Mirza. Mirza's going to be a bit of a wild card, I think. He'll either, rip through the South Africans or get hit around. We can see Nick Smith has had a very good tournament, 7 wickets at 22, with an economy of under 4. He's generally accurate. He's a good guy to come in early because he does get some swing/drift into the right-hander with that kind of round arm action, side arm action.
Yeah, seems to be the controlling bowler, if I can call him that from a New Zealand standpoint. He is the guy who you can trust to bowl 9 overs from an end. It does start off a bit short that time. There's protection out in the deep. The man who will most probably own the orange cap at the end of the competition, Hardeep Singh. Did I get the colour right? Orange.
Orange is the leading run scorer, that's right. Purple for the leading wicket taker. So Nick Smith has a slip in, as you can see, that's Ben Rapson there. Scott Mara is at long off right in front of us here. There's a mid-wicket. Ooh, a little bit of turn, just gentle turn, straightening a little bit. And we've got Hardeep Singh out on the cover boundary. Goes reverse. Plays it beautifully, really nicely controlled. That's going over the boundary now. So it's a shot that's come into just about everyone's repertoire in recent years, even the over 40's. The reverse sweep, and he's played that really, really nicely.
Yeah, I'd like to say his inspiration is Hardeep Singh. I've seen him play that shot a whole lot better and a whole lot more frequently than any other batter in this competition. But Carl Smith also getting good contacts in that. Past the short third midfielder for 4. He's not looking to add any pace to the ball. It's just nice and slow. See if he can get some purchase out of the wicket. And more the same, although that's just a tad too short again than Hardeep Singh. Yet again, we'll have to do the fielding on the cover sweeper boundary.
Right, so not a lot of venom in that first over from Nick Smith. We saw a tiny bit of drift and a tiny bit of turn, but comfortably played by these two, Smith and Moolman. You can see on your screen there now, just chatting about how easy it is out there, perhaps.
So currently going at sixes, the South Africans, 66 after 11.
Yeah, no, that's too easy from a New Zealand perspective, and maybe a sign that this wicket is flattening out. We've had a lot of sun in the last 2 or 3 hours, well, really since the game began, and the wicket not breaking up a huge amount as perhaps players thought it might. Wiley's going to continue.
A couple of wickets here. Could make things interesting.
There's one of them, is there? Big shout from the players. Finger goes up. Wily, he is the X-Factor man. We just questioned whether the second over was the right decision. Turns out that it was. Length delivery, bit of pace, and nicked through to Keeper Dench, who does the rest. Is that wicket you're talking about, Wayne?
Yeah, the first of the two I asked for. That one just a little bit of extra bounce, and it just catches the edge of Carl Smith. Good take. Umpire was a bit delayed in his reaction, but Carl Smith tucked his bat under his shoulder and started walking. Good ball, and a chance, maybe a chance here for New Zealand.
I think Jerome Wiley may have given Smith a bit of a send-off. He's well known for doing that, and Smith may have turned around and said, "Pardon me," to which New Zealand fielders just put their hand up to say, "Sorry about that, mate." All of these matches played in very good spirit. But the key point here is that New Zealand have taken their second wicket and they've dismissed the informed batsman, Carl Smith, which brings Brandon Buckley to the wicket at number 4, averaging 27 in this tournament. So another man who doesn't have a huge amount of runs under his belt.
Well, he's a classy left-handed batter, Brandon Buckley, all the way from Joburg. Hasn't had the tournament that he would have wanted. 42, I think, came against India, and effectively the quarter-final for South Africa. They needed to win that to get into the semis.
So Jerome Wiley, we saw his stats before. He was averaging 12 coming into this match, and he's just gone slightly better than that. 1 for 11 he has. So New Zealand need to keep chipping away. They can't let any big partnerships form. Just keep new batsmen coming to the wicket. Make those batters question themselves, question the pitch.
So last partnership was 42. Moolman only 7 of those.
Oh, big shout for LBW. I think that's close. Ooh, early shake of the head from Daryl O'Sullivan, but that was full. Maybe just going down leg side, Wayne reckons?
Yeah, I think just maybe down the leg side. I'm not sure if it pitched in line, but yeah, do think 50-50. We'll watch this replay just now. It's obviously pressure, World Cup final, Buckley, first ball. Yeah, I think that's just pitching outside leg. It would have gone on to crash into the stumps, I think.
Pitching outside leg, okay.
It's what New Zealand need. It's to shake the South African batting line up a little bit. Women's only faced 7 balls, so this partnership, essentially 2 new batters at the wicket. Oh, swinging back in yet again. Jerome Wiley. His tail is up. Is it possible that he can just transfer this energy to the rest of the teammates? We could be in for something quite special here from the Black Caps over 40s. Slap misfield there by Farnmazer. Nothing too detrimental to the score or to New Zealand's chances of the game. And of a successful over that, it's 2 for 67 now. Just the one run in the wicket coming from that last one.
Please repeat.
Yeah, how's it?
Not
bad. How things down there?
Things are going okay.
Okay, Nick Smith going to continue. He's bowling over the wickets to Brandon Buckley, who's solidly forward to that delivery.
Maybe after the game. Maybe after the game.
Chance of a catch. Oh, he's put it down. Nick Smith, one of the better fielders in the New Zealand team. He was leaping full length. He's not a tall man. He got both hands to it. Maybe just mistimed his jump slightly. Got two hands to it, and it just went in and out. That would have been such a breakthrough. It was blooped up, and yeah, he just went full length at it. Good effort.
Yeah, I'd like to think he did very well to get to it in the first place. It was just hanging on while he was mid-air. Oh, opportunity is starting to come here ever so slightly from a New Zealand standpoint. They're not down and out yet.
Now beaten outside the off stump through to Dench. So creating opportunities. Is this pitch playing some tricks?
Yeah, definitely looking like a spinner's wicket. Spinner's getting a lot more out of it. What a golden opportunity that was for New Zealand. Brendan Buckley dropped on one. Looks like he's struggling against Nick Smith. Very quick maiden over there from him. Still 2 for 67.
Yeah, it's almost a different game since Wily and Smith have come into the attack. And hopefully from a New Zealand perspective, the horse hasn't already bolted.
I definitely think there's still an opportunity. I mean, only eight good balls required. Obviously a lot more complex than that.
Here's the Welsh team walking in front of us. Hey guys, how are you going?
Great, thanks. Very good. Very much enjoying the cricket.
Excellent.
Not sure who we're rooting for at the moment.
So they're all rooting for New Zealand, they've just confirmed.
Wally just rethinking the delivery you wanted to bowl there. Pulled up.
You might have been distracted by all the Welshmen walking behind the batsman.
Team, marvellous to see you here. They've got 2 wickets, they want to add 2 more to that 2.
Yep, definitely the case, as he pulled up yet again. Don't know what's more distracting to him, the Welsh players walking around or the devil's picks in their hands.
Well, I don't think it's the first one that they've had today, the Welsh. He's bowling good pace, Jerome Wiley. Look how far back Bo Dench is standing. It's at least as far back as he's back for any of the New Zealand paces.
Oh. Leg by. James Marshall not looking too... yeah, he's not walking...
No,
he's not running too...
He's struggling. He's had a long tournament. He had to get a runner twice with different injuries. So he'll be looking forward to the end of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
Done a lot of batting as well.
He's done a lot of batting. He's been one of the standout players in this competition. And he's captain some absolute stars as well. Hardeep Singh in with the Sharper player of the tournament. Another quarter of an opportunity that for New Zealand. Brendan Buckley is currently living on the edge.
Well, that ball was living on the edge of his bat and it nearly dragged back onto the stumps. Yeah, it wasn't far away from chopping on.
Happy to let that one go through to the keeper. Interesting what the conversations will be in that circle. Innate deliveries when the players are enjoying a Vita 24 for the drinks break. As this one is full, it's driven, put it straight to the fielder. It's an in-out field, and Hardeep Singh is the out guy there. So that's an easy single to the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Just 3 runs scored in the 3 overs since the second wicket fell. And that's that full delivery that Wally specialises in. Ends a better over for him, just a leg by and a run off it. 1 over before drinks, South Africa 69 for 2. Still very much favourites to win this match. They're almost halfway to their target. But you just get a feeling that New Zealand edging slightly back into this match.
Yeah, I spoke about it earlier. New Zealand will not take this line down. They're fighters. They will fight till the end. Even if it's 154 for 0, they will fight as if they still have a chance. And right now, they're showing a lot of that fight. Smith enjoyed his time last time out against Buckley, but this time he started off way too straight. It's easy pickings, just a single. See how he does against Werner Moorman. First over, he bowled to the righty and he was just a little bit on the short side to Carl Smith. And then he seemed to get his line right against the lefty, Brendan Buckley. He's gone back to being a tad short against the right-handed batters.
I think he's trying to dart it in a little bit when he bowls that shorter one, trying to get a bit of drift in and maybe trap the batsman a little bit. But he's not getting a huge amount of movement.
No, not to the righties. There you go. A bit of turn against Brendan Buckley. Buckley has indeed recognized the threat that is posed by Nick Smith. He's decided to go back into his shell a bit. Although that one is a bit on the short side. But that's what happens when you are stuck on that back foot. Doesn't come out cleanly. So, last ball before drinks.
This is in the air. It'll take a hell of a catch from Scott Mara. No, he can't. And he slides right in front of us here in the commentary position. So very similar to the one that James Marshall tried to catch earlier on in the innings. It was just always out of reach for Scott Mara. We'll see it here. Swung high up in the air. Mara chasing back. They're very difficult to catch, these ones. And he didn't get a hand on it. Nearly kicked it over the rope. So he did well to stop that. And that is drinks. 73 for 2, South Africa. Wily will get us going again after drinks. And again, that extra little bit of pace, just hurrying up the South African batsman. I'm not saying he's super quick, but the point is that he's quicker than he looks. He just sort of comes loping in, but he's a strong guy and he puts a lot into the actual bowling action, which often surprises batsmen, even ones who have already seen him.
Yeah, X looking to be an X factor, major talking point in this fixture. The way he started so far, I think he very well could be.
Beautiful sunny day here in Cape Town now, not a cloud to be seen. It's definitely lifted off the mountain. Lovely shot, good bit of fielding though. Prevents a single. That was Farhan Mirza. It won't be long before we see him in the attack, I think. But yeah, it's a hot day. We've seen some spectators migrating from the pavilion over to the right hand side of the field to follow the shade. Another good delivery from Wily, good length, good line.
Yeah, he's just keeping it tight, he's keeping everything in the channel. And he's making sure that he keeps one batter bogged down. He bowled 4 balls, last over to Buckley. And this time, it's a maiden over. Good way to start. That Vita 24 really starting to activate in his body.
Do you think that's what the key is? Yeah.
Hey, you never know. But yeah, I would definitely err on the side of get some Vita 24 in your system.
Well, you've got nothing to lose, have you?
No.
Might as well. Tastes good. It's got plenty of vitamins, and if it helps you bowl maiden overs, well, that's just a bonus, I think. It doesn't say anything about that on the bottle, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it could be one of those fine print things. Made it over. That was from Wally. I think it's 8 runs off the last 5 overs.
Sounds about right. The second wicket fell at 66 after 11.2 overs. We're now 16 overs in and the score's 73, so 7 runs off almost 5 overs.
They're doing well. Keep them quiet. Do you need to back up the wicket with another wicket though?
If you're New Zealand, you do.
Yeah, do wonder when we'll see Farhan Mirza with these 2 bowlers in operation doing a splendid job that they are doing.
Yeah, I think we'll see these 2 carry on for a little bit just because they are bowling so tightly.
Especially next match to Brendan Buckley. It's one of those tussles where you feel every ball something could happen for Nick Smith.
Yeah, Buckley hasn't looked too comfortable against either bowler.
I think he just needs 1 ball just to break the shackles. That one wasn't it. Just push that one down the ground. Scott Mara down here at long on for a single. But if this pair is the one that's going to do it for South Africa, it's going to be done this way. Oh, that one just catching the outside half of the bat. Nick Smith keeping South Africans honest. 74 for 2 after 17. Yeah, Haroon saying he doesn't mind. South Africa can do it in 1s and 2s. He'll take it as long as they get across the line. I think there's a lot of South African supporters out there who would agree with you, Haroon. Outside half of the bat yet again. It's racing down to the fence for one. I think that might have been a little bit intentional. Looked like he opened his face the very last second.
Yeah, they're just establishing a partnership here, and that's totally fine. Run rate required is negligible. It's under 3. It's not even a factor at this point. I think they just want to take a bit of the momentum away from New Zealand that they might have thought they had with the fall of that second wicket.
Yeah, you just need to try and create a little bit of change room panic. If one batter walks in, another one walks out, and as you go into pad, you come back and your partner's walking out as well. Just create something a little bit different in the change room, where there's just a little bit of panic in the air. Like, no one is saying anything, but it's just that little vibe that makes you feel like, and that's what New Zealand need. Just 2 quick wickets could bring them back in the mix.
New Zealand basically need to take 8 wickets for fewer than 81 runs, and that's, when you put it that way, that's quite difficult to do.
Yes.
So for that to happen, there needs to be a collapse. So from the reverse side of that, South Africa just trying to avoid a collapse.
That's priority number 1. It doesn't have to happen in the 19th over. If it happens in the 45th, South Africa will still take it. So it's got it down to third man. Sullivan doing the fielding down there, just a single. It's been a feature over the last couple of overs. Just one single here, one single there. But that works for South Africa.
So tightly as Wily has bowled, and even though he's taken the wicket, I think if he can't get a wicket with this ball, I'd be maybe trying someone a little bit different from the other end, far end. Just got to keep ringing those changes and seeing which one makes a difference.
Yeah, I've got 2 different spin options still waiting in the bag. You've got a right arm offie for Han Mirza bowls leggers.
Yep.
So we've got 2 different variations still waiting. Especially now with the left and right hand combination, I'd be very tempted to bring on Ben Rapson immediately, see if he can trouble the outside edge of Brendan Buckley. 2-3 overs, that doesn't work, maybe then go for the leggy. But Nick Smith will continue from this end, not for 11 in 4 overs. There's a maiden in the mixer somewhere there. It's been this type of bowler throughout the competition for New Zealand. Probably hasn't taken as many wickets as he has deserved from his bowling. But if there was ever a day that one didn't turn a little bit, it's a gutsy leave that from Werner Moorman.
I think that's what he needs to do, Nick Smith, is attack the stumps. He's been a little bit wide, if anything. Like he is on that occasion.
Yeah, totally agree. I think it should be closer to that off stump, maybe just outside the off stump line. Right now, relatively easy to just put your bat there, either just fend it off or leave it alone. I've enjoyed this matchup, but this time just a tad too full, a tad too straight. Scott Mara giving chase. It will be 2. Comfortable 2 at that. Ooh, goes full again. Oh, this one does catch the inside half of the bat. And the man could have caught that as a short leg. Not going to see too many of them in action in 45 over cricket. Just pointing out James Marshall there, giving us a roll just to stop the ball. Body behind the ball, old school cricket. It's 19 gone, it's 79 for 2. See Farah Mirza saying they need a gully instead of a slip. A lot of the edges have been flying into the gully region. that was more so off the seamers than it was off the spinners. Another big shout out to our sponsors of Phone VIP, Sisonke Tourism and Travel, Devil's Peak Lager, Vita 24, and your broadcast partner, Pitch Vision.
Another option that Peter Connell does have is Scott Mara, who can bowl some leg spin. I don't think we'll see that into the attack. He's only bowled once in this tournament. That was against UAE. He's a good bowler, but I think if he does bowl, it'll be much, much later and sort of as a bit of a desperation move. No offence to Big Scott.
Very late decision there to try and go for the run from Vela Moorman. But good awareness from Brendan Buckley. Loud call of no.
"13 runs off 8 overs in this partnership.
Yeah, I don't think it's as difficult to bat as it was in the first 15 to 20 overs in the New Zealand innings. It's just the South Africans taking a little bit more of a cautious approach and trying to tick down these runs.
That's right, there was definitely some juice in the wicket early on, a bit of moisture. That seems to have disappeared. The only issue pitch-wise is whether it starts to crumble and break up. There are a lot of cracks in the wicket and a bit of crumbliness at the crease area. But the pitch actually looks pretty good now, I think. So New Zealand are going to have to manufacture something to take these remaining 8 wickets.
He's taking his time bowling this last ball. Might be doing something special with it. No, just with an offer. And that has been hit. Oh, pardon my lack of enthusiasm. That looked like the fielder was in the game the entire time, but he hit that so well. That's straight into the fence for 4 Venom Moorman.
Yeah, Moorman is the one who does something special with that last delivery. He gets width and he just breaks the wrists and cracks it through to the right of cover. And no stopping it after that, out to the boundary for 4.
So 20 gone, it's 83 for 2. South Africa well over the halfway mark with the runs now.
Here is Farhan Mirza coming into the attack from the commentary end, number 19 on his back.
My lucky number.
Is it?
You never know.
So Mirza started the tournament fantastically. He took a 5-wicket bag in the opening round match against India. 5 for 36, I think it was. And he took wickets in his next couple of matches, then got injured. So at that stage, he was the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Got injured, and he hasn't played since. So he's missed 3 or even either 3 or 4 games. I think 3. And he's back now in the final, and his captain has tossed him the ball and said, "Win us the World Cup, please, mate."
Yeah, he writes at the purple cap on. Might not be wearing that at the end of the competition unless he does something special here today.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much certainly going to go to Scott Jarvis of Australia, who currently has 17 wickets.
But here's Mirza. Tosses this one up. It's a full toss straight to Scott Mara at mid-on. Dot ball.
So if Mirza does it'll be in length. He'll bowl a full toss. He occasionally tosses it up too much.
Shot.
Good bit of fielding. His best delivery is when he bowls a little bit flatter and he gets the ball to zip off the pitch, and that surprises the batsman. A little bit that pace, just maybe wants to bring the length back a little bit, I think. Get the ball to turn. get the batsman in two minds as to whether to go forward or back. That's what he did against India. He had the batsman prodding, gets LBWs and bolds.
Well, I've got a glimpse of his numbers there. 9 wickets at 15 in the competition. That 5-for being his best. I think it's the only 5-for in the competition.
I think there's been a couple.
Oh, this one just a touch short, but good work.
There's been good fielding in this over from New Zealand.
Sullivan.
Fielding desperately. That's, I think, the length and pace that he wants to bowl. Just get the batsman not sure whether he should go forward or back.
A decent start there from Farhan. It's a maiden over. It's 2 for 83. 21 overs gone.
Double change now. Wily out of the attack, and as predicted by Wayne, Ben Rapson, number 12, will come in.
Yeah, definitely think this is an interesting matchup, him bowling to Brendan Buckley. It's one that he would enjoy, especially if he keeps it nice and tight on that or 5th stump line.
Yeah, well, Rapson's a tall guy. He's probably 6'1" or 2", and he has a high action, and he bowls quite flat. So he can get bounce, and he gets a bit of turn. He puts quite a lot onto the ball, but he won't sort of toss the ball up over the batsman's eye line. It won't go up before it goes down, is what I'm saying.
He won 6 wickets at 18 as a 6th, maybe a 7th option sometimes for New Zealand. It's pretty impressive.
I think he's been a frontline spin bowler for New Zealand in this tournament. Genuine all-rounder. We saw him come in at 6 today, I think. Yeah, so New Zealand will see him as a strike bowling option. Maybe look to just get a little bit of bounce, catch the shoulder of the bat through to the keeper, or an LBW or a bold, or he gets a few catches in the deep as well.
Yeah, that was nice and flat. Have to see if he got any turn on that one. Two from 2, making sure the batsman does get a full stride in, keeping him on that front foot. As an off spinner, that's priority number 1, or at least job number 1. And again. Outside half of the bat. I suggest it didn't turn that time.
So if Rapson can finish with a dot ball here, that'll be 2 consecutive maidens from the 2 new bowlers.
Yeah, a bit of the commentator's curse there.
That will spoil the maiden, but still, that means that in the last 10 and a half overs, South Africa have only scored 17 runs, Wayne. So that's 1.7-ish an over. And it's hard to be critical of them for that, because they are 17 runs closer to home, and run rate's not a problem for them. But from a New Zealand perspective, it's a lot better to be bowling at 1.7 and over than 5.7 and over.
Yeah, you still have to keep to your disciplines from a New Zealand standpoint. So what you would have spoken about before the game has started would have been try and keep them as quiet as possible for as long as possible, which the New Zealand bowlers have done, especially since the drinks break.
So we're almost halfway through the overs. South Africa a little bit more than halfway to the runs, but New Zealand nowhere near halfway in terms of wickets. And that's the key. New Zealand need to take wickets. It's all very well being economical, that builds pressure, etc., etc. But they need to convert that into wickets, and that's what South Africa have actually done well. They've prevented that. And that's the pace I think Mirza needs to bowl out. I don't think he wants to toss it up too much. He's most effective when he can fizz it through. They do call him Fizz, that's his nickname.
It's just a tad too full on that occasion. Werner Moorman showing his wrist work.
Yeah, he's 16 off 41. Buckley 9 off 32. Which normally you'd say, well, you're going a bit slow, guys, but they only need 156 to win this.
Yeah, sensible cricket. And, you'll see a lot of South Africans in the comments will say, take your time, as they continue to say. Lots of overs left for South Africa to try and chase this down. A bit of aggression in that shot from Brendan Buckley, and this time he does find the gap. This one has raced through extra cover for 4, right into the pool of South African fans.
Yeah, just over-tossed. Mirza maybe just wanting to try something a little bit different. Floats it up there, and it's wide, no spin. And Buckley identifying that opportunity to break the shackles.
Back live. This one just turning a little bit. Comes off the inside half of the bat. Importantly, New Zealand keep on fighting, whether the wickets look like they're coming or not. This one is tossed up and can't get it past that fielder, Nick Smith. So his second over, not as economical as his first. It's 2 for 89 after 23. Rapson continues the inside edge. That one is going to be a single. And yeah, the South African batters, I think the chats at the last drinks break might have been, let's just get to the next one. Wicket free, and so far they're obliging the South African pair. Slip is coming in. Peter Connell. Is this the first time he's bowling to Brendan Buckley? I think it is.
Could be, yep.
Slip. They bring deep point back in. Extra cover moves around to mid-wicket. And there's no protection on the fence. Rather, Peter Connell, they're just swapping the slip fielder. Peter Connell will go into the cover points. Yeah, it's going into the covers rather. Horsley is now at slip. And Scott Mara is now at backward point. Just making sure the right personnel is in the right positions.
Yeah, I think Horsley is a better option at slip. Connell's a good fielder, but he hasn't fielded in slips in the whole tournament. Ben Rapson would usually be in slip himself, but he's bowling, so he can't do both jobs.
Or maybe he can. Here he is though with the ball in his hand.
Oh, there's that extra bounce I was talking about earlier. It rose up and past Brendan Buckley at around waist height, going up into the gloves of Bo Dench.
Yeah, I think for about 3/4 of a second he thought about playing that at Brendan Buckley, and then at the last second just dropped his bat. Luckily for him, got his bat out the way.
Invites the drive this time, not played with a huge amount of conviction. But this partnership is now 24. It's not going quickly, but 24 is vital in the context of this chase, which is only for 156.
This is turn around the corner, just a touch too straight. That is the problem with the offie bowling to a left-arm batter. You think about pitching it on leg, getting that turn top of off. It's a hard thing to do. You don't have to search for it. Susanna Black telling us one of the players is my son's teacher. Do let us know which one of those players it is.
Nice shot from Mulman, again onto that cover drive, and he plays that gracefully through the gap. There's no one back there protecting that boundary, and that's too easy.
Yeah, big feature of Vernon Mulman's game is that he doesn't try and overhit it. It's just about getting the right placement, as you can see. He didn't try and hit the leather out the ball. Just find the gap in this one. It just trickles over the rope for a boundary. It concludes the 24th over. It's 95 on the board, 2 wickets down.
Yep, South Africa doing it easy here. New Zealand need something strange and unusual to happen. Susanna Black confirmed that it's Adam Hastelow who is the teacher of her son. Adam not playing today, unfortunately. He is in the squad. And Tabit Baden says he's watching his friend Nathan Jones play. Well, we haven't seen Nathan Jones in action either. He will come into bat maybe at 6 or 7 if needed. There's that full toss from Mirza again, just straining for something unusual to happen.
Oh, good stop. Jeremy Wally, he can do it everywhere. That's why they call him the X Factor. Going down and low, making sure no runs were taken there.
It's a better delivery from Mirza, getting a tiny bit of turn. Might have been the googly.
Yeah, definitely the googly, that one. You can see Brendan Buckley looked at it after a while.
That's that length and speed again that he needs to bowl at. So it's been a great tournament here, the IMC Over 40s World Cup, the first World Cup in this age group. All the teams are going to gather here tonight at Western Province Cricket Club for the final dinner. There'll be awards given, speeches delivered. And discussions already about where the next tournament will be held. There are 4 age groups now at international masters cricket level, over 40s, over 50s, over 60s and over 70s even. There's an over 70s World Cup being held in England this year. The over 60s World Cup concluded just a few hours ago with Australia beating England by 8 wickets to claim that title. England are the defending over 50s World Cup champions. And at this rate, South Africa are looking favourites to win the over 40s World Cup. But yeah, plenty of veterans Masters cricket going on around the world. Lots of opportunities to play Masters cricket, both at this level and at levels below this, whichever country you're in. So it's not just for the elite cricketers. There are opportunities currently at lower levels and maybe some exciting developments to come in that space. And it's a real movement that's developing around the world over the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, it's been great to see a lot of these guys come through, showcase their talents. Some guys would have not been able to make international teams back in the day. Some guys who did make international teams back in the days but still have the love and the energy for the game.
Big shout. Here comes the finger. That's the breakthrough that New Zealand needed. That was a great delivery from Ben Rapson, angling in on the pads of Brandon Buckley. Maybe a tiny bit of turn away to straighten. And Daryl O'Sullivan took his time, gave it that slow finger of death. And finally, that partnership of 30 runs, which took 14 overs, comes to an end. Let's look at it here, round the wicket. The only thing might have been the angle. He was coming from very wide on the crease, but as far as the umpire is concerned, if it pitched in line and was maybe turning a tiny bit, then it could have easily gone on to hit off or off in middle.
Yeah, that was a great delivery from Big Man Rapson. I don't think at all it's turned. I think it just went straight on with the arm. And yeah, good decision from umpire Daryl O'Sullivan, and that is wicket number 3. And since we're in Cape Town, I think it's important for me to note that the test match a couple of months ago, India lost 6 wickets for 0 runs. So there's always the off chance that something majestic could happen here for New Zealand.
There's a precedent. Okay, so here's Nathan Jones. We were just talking about him before. His friend was hoping he would come out to bat. I forgot her name, but here he is. And he's averaging 30 in this tournament. He is a best of 69, which I think came off about 35 deliveries. So when he does get going, he's a free scoring batsman, but we've also seen him bat quite slowly on occasion as well. So he seems to have 2 gears, slow and fast.
Yeah, tournament average of 83, so not tournament strike rate of 83, beg your pardon, so not too bad. But 83, more than enough here for South Africa to take this home. There you go.
Now this time last year, New Zealand were playing South Africa in the over 50s World Cup semi-final in the same venue, and a man who played a big part in that match is now coming and sit next to me, Alan Dawson. Hello Alan, how are you today, mate?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, geez, what a cracker day here at Western Province Cricket Club. It's certainly turning into an exciting game.
Yeah, fond memories of that semi-final last year. Pitch similar today, you reckon?
No, I think it's a bit drier. I think it's holding up a bit. It always looks like it's sticking a bit, turning a bit more. It's quite interesting in that the wind direction's changed from the southeast to the north. So it'll be interesting that I guess the spinners from this end is obviously bowling into the wind, probably get a bit of drift and try and look to air it a bit more and get a bit more turn.
Now, if you don't recognise the name Alan Dawson, you obviously don't know your cricket very well. He's played for the Proteas a number of times, took a great many first-class wickets and was a star for the South African over 50s at the last World Cup. Made the tournament team and almost nearly won that final in the fading light at Newlands.
Yeah, no, I think we've been blessed with this tournament. Obviously we had the rain which affected the final and the light, But I think the last 2 weeks Cape Town has really showed off. Magnificent weather. I think we're close on 30 degrees Celsius here today, so there's certainly no chance of rain here. And yeah, I think it's going to get really, really tight towards the end here. You know, I think South Africa just need to keep it really simple here and go at 3 and 4 runs and over. They don't have to take any risks, and leave it up to New Zealand to go and look for those wickets.
So that last partnership, Alan, was 30 off about 14 overs. Are you happy with that sort of approach, or do you think they should be trying to be a little more assertive?
I think they need to be. I think you really need to take charge of the bad ball and then just pick up the ones and twos. I think it's important that you don't lose that urgency, that you keep looking for runs and you're not just out there to survive and bat 45 overs. So I think they need to show some urgency and certainly look for those ones. It is a difficult wicket to score on, but they are going to get a couple of bad balls that they've got to capitalise on.
How do you think you would have gone at the over 40s level? We do have a few 50-plus guys in this tournament.
No, the over 50s was hard enough on the body. I think it took me about 6 weeks to recover after that tournament. But no. I was actually commenting earlier on, taking a walk around with the other over 50s, and I just said the fielding of the over 40s is 2-3 notches above the over 50s. Here the guys are diving and they're able to get up after they've dived and saved the ball, whereas the over 50s guys were doing shoulders and knees diving for the ball. So yeah, it is a big jump up. Those 10 years make a vast difference.
All right, well, I know you are walking around doing a lap with some friends, so I'll let you carry on, but thank you very much, Alan.
Thanks very much. All the best.
Cheers.
Louis Kuhn, come sit here.
Rugby player.
Good with the woman.
So South Africa 3 down now, 98 on the board. They are edging closer to home and still very much favourites for this match. Another 58 runs needed, 18 overs to get that, 7 wickets in hand. Big shout, I think this might be close. Ooh, umpire says no pretty quickly. As the wind comes up and nearly sends all our production stuff flying. Some good reactions there to save the marquee. You can see the dust blowing up from the pitch as that gust made its way out to the middle. Rapson bowling into that wind. He's asking questions of the South Africans. That LBW shout, I didn't actually see it because I was worried about our stuff going flying. I didn't see the replay, I mean. But Jones playing an aggressive shot to that, missing, and confident shout from Rapson turned down. Up a little bit for one of the first times today by Rapson. Just varying things a little bit. And then reverts to type with a quicker off spinner. The last 16 overs have only seen 33 runs scored. So that's just over 2 and over, which represents a pretty good effort from New Zealand as a young boy is yet to learn the etiquette of cricket. He's sauntering behind the bowler's arm, gets a couple of sharp words from the players on the field. Lesson learned. It's a huge sight screen that they have here at Western Province Cricket Club. It must be about 40 metres wide. Ironically though, it's not tall enough. A lot of the players saying that the ball is released above the line of the sight screen. So the sight screen, hey mate, how you going? Sight screen almost rendered useless if the ball's actually coming out of the trees rather than out of the white sight screen. You can see it there, it's massive. And it's the same down here at this end, but just not quite tall enough. Good practice facilities here. You can see they're being well used. It's a great facility, the Western Province Cricket Club. There's hockey here, there's squash inside, there's tennis courts, there's all sorts of sporting options here. Several cricket fields. Right, now I think this is a good bowling change. This is Hardeep Singh coming into bowl, and he bowls very wicket to wicket. He bowls length, he bowls spin, but doesn't put a lot of spin on it. He's almost like a slow medium, but he's accurate, and with this pressure that New Zealand have created and the fact that they're only conceding 2 runs and over, Peter Connell may be sensing an opportunity to just keep it really tight and try to force a mistake. You can see here he's taken 4 wickets in this tournament, economy of just 3.5. And he'll just bowl that length, maybe a tiny bit fuller, and he'll set his field well. So I think this could be an effective bowling change. Well, that's well played though. It's beaten the fielder. It might even go for 4. It's running down to the boundary. That's good. Good batting actually from Nathan Jones, just using the pace. So as I talked about Hardeep's economy, he's hit for 4 off his second ball. Just a deft little glide. Oh, hesitation. Is there a chance of a run out? Oh, direct hit. Not out, and they are going to get the run in the end as it deflects away to mid-wicket. But that was a misunderstanding there between Jones and Moolman. You might see it on the replay here. Jones pushed it into the offside, was interested in the run, was turned back, and it was a direct hit from, I think, Peter Connell there, underarmed at the stumps. Jones had got back, and then the deflection allowed them to get one. There's a little boy behind the bowler's arm at this end too. I don't know if he's going to get told off.
Hey, young man.
He is actually now. That's what all that whistling's about. I think from South Africa's point of view, they might see this bowling change as an opportunity to score a bit more freely. They've taken 6 runs off the first 5 deliveries from Hardeep. And the 100 came up in this over. 105 now for 3. 50 runs needed, 51. So the odds very much still in favour of South Africa. We've been talking about how the New Zealand bowlers are bowling well, and they are, but South Africa heavily favoured to win this game. They only need 50 more runs from 16 overs. It's only 3.2 an over. They've got 7 wickets in hand. One batsman well set on 24, the other one getting there, 6 off 13. South Africa, as Wayne said earlier, won't mind if this 156th run comes in the 45th over, as long as they get there. It's a World Cup final. Nicely played, just helped on its way down towards us here. There's a big chase for Paddy Sullivan, loping after it. He bowls it back in. 3 runs taken. So it's almost desperation station for New Zealand now. That collapse that we said they needed hasn't come. Fired at the stumps and a casual bit of footwork from Ben Rapson. Good desperate fielding by Nick Smith at mid-off now. He's a key fielder for New Zealand, and he's being put in the position where he can be most utilised. And we're going to have a drinks break now. This will be the last drinks break of the World Cup. With 30 overs completed, South Africa need a further 47 runs of 15 overs. That's 3 and over. They've got 7 wickets in hand, so things very, very much in their favour. As we see the beautiful setting here at Western Province Cricket Club with the Table Mountain Range in the background. It's been a stunning World Cup. The 12 teams that have participated have been treated to some beautiful grounds, wonderful organisation, some great functions, the opportunity to mix, mingle, play against and with players from all over the world. The standard of cricket has been high. The buy-in from all the countries and players and supporters has been fantastic. And what a wonderful concept this is, Masters cricket around the world. If you thought that cricket ended when you stopped playing club or first class cricket or whatever level in your 30s, well, think again. There's a whole lifetime of cricket to come. And once you enter the Masters cricket fraternity, well, you're never too old. The other great thing about this Masters cricket is that it's still really competitive. It's not social old man's cricket. This is very serious, highly competitive, but played in a great spirit. So it's meeting that intersection of the Venn diagram between serious cricket and social cricket. And that's why it's had such dramatic growth in the last few years. The players love it, the fact that they can still play competitively without having to play against young guys who just want to sledge them and knock their heads off and things like that. So they're playing against guys their own age, but it's still at a really high level that tests everybody. It also gives players who may not have played at the highest level the chance to play against those that did. We saw the likes of Nick Compton for England, Darren Stevens for England, James Marshall for New Zealand, Doug Marilia for Zimbabwe, several other former international players, mixing it with the guys who only ever played club cricket. And there's a lot of reasons why some of those clubbies never got the chance to play higher honours. Maybe they were a victim of some politics, or maybe their careers took over, families. A lot of reasons why they didn't get to play higher level of cricket. And here they are getting to play against the likes of Compton, Stevens, Marshall, et al. Okay, that drinks break is over. We're into the final stanza of this over 40s World Cup. A maximum of 15 overs left. I don't think it'll take that long. Hardeep Singh is going to continue. Jones looking to be aggressive against the 7th bowler for New Zealand, Hardeep Singh. Sweetly driven up to mid-off, and he'll take a 1 because he likes the shot so much, safely. It's another sweet off drive which is going to beat the field. Good chase for Scott Murray. He does it nicely though. And they take 2. Finish the over. So just finishing off on that point about Masters cricket, it's great to see these elite players, the creme de la creme from each country, representing their countries at the highest level. But it's important that that next layer down, the guys who still want to play competitively but maybe aren't quite at the elite level, that they get some opportunities to play. So steps are being taken to give opportunities to those guys to, go on some tours, get to play the same type of cricket at their level, but still differentiating them from the more social cricketers who are really just there for a good time. So a lot of opportunities coming up for the competitive Masters cricketer. South Africa getting closer and closer. Just 42 runs needed now. Here's a big shot from Nathan Jones. This is going to get launched onto the roof. I can see that. That's got lodged into the guttering on the top of the Western Province Pavilion. That's the first sign of aggression, and what a sign of aggression it was. Heaved away by Nathan Jones. We talked about him having 2 gears. He's been batting in slow gear until now, and now he's gone into high gear. And that ball is going to take some getting back. I think we might need one of those young ball boys to be thrown up onto the roof there, if that one's going to get retrieved. It's kind of got caught in that bit of the roof that folds back in over itself, and a lot of people looking up there, but nobody really doing anything about it. So we may need a replacement ball. You can see the spectators signalling that it's not coming back. But what a great shot that was from Nathan Jones. Just went down on one knee and swept it high into the stand. Yep, a lot of pointing going on. They're saying it's up there. Yes, we know that bit. Oh no, here we go. Here's a Welshman. He's going to try and get up on the roof. I think this might... I don't think it's there. I think it's still a little bit further up. Unless he's going to climb up there, which I don't think would be a great idea, considering that he's probably had a few beers. Yeah, I think it's actually on that next horizontal line that you can see. It's almost like there's another layer of guttering there. Anyway, he's given up. He's coming back down. So plan B is to get a replacement ball. Let's see if that brings better luck for New Zealand. The first ball has been hard work for them. Great shot from Nathan Jones. So New Zealand have tried lots of things this afternoon with the bowling attack. 7 bowlers used. But just those 3 wickets. Goes down to long on this time. Chance of a catch. No, it's gone down. I think that's Hardeep there. That was a really difficult one. It was always going to be falling at his feet, and he couldn't get to it. I'll have to maybe see the replay to see whether it was a chance. I was watching it live. You might have seen better on your screen. But an opportunity of a catch at least. Good aggressive batting from Nathan Jones. Shout for LBW. Shake of the head. Repson's trying everything he's got. Just can't get this breakthrough. Let's have a look at that catching opportunity. What was this? This is the LBW. Let's see. Yeah, flatter. Maybe hit him outside the line. Nick Smith back into the attack. The Hardeep experiment didn't pay off today. Players out for South Africa. Warren Dugmore was LBW to Peter Connell for 14. Kyle Schmidt caught by the keeper Bo Dench off Jerem Wiley for 33. Brandon Buckley was LBW to Rapson for 14. Those are the only 3 successes for New Zealand. Werner Mullman has batted a long time, 61 balls for 26. Nathan Jones just putting a bit of impetus into the South African lineup. Oh, shout for LBW. Again, the shake of the head. There's been quite a few shouts. New Zealand have created opportunities.
So Nick Smith back into the attack. His first over's gone for a couple. And yeah, South Africa just about around the corner now. Unless, of course, collapse like the one that happened in Newlands a couple of months ago happens, yeah?
Well, those don't happen every day, Wayne.
No, they do not.
I can't see it happening today. And
Someone-
that's a lovely shot. Hit well in front of square by Werner Mullman, who's been good today. He's defended a lot, but when the opportunities come up, he's hit well, especially on the offside. You saw him play some nice cover drives from the other end, and this one just waiting on that slow delivery from Nick Smith, punching it into that gap through cover.
Yeah, it almost looked like he played that from behind him. He almost waited for the ball to get past him and then just caressed it through that extra cover region for 4. So that's 128 now on the board.
Yeah, just 28 to go. New Zealand running out of options. See those 2 ball boys right behind Ben Rapson. Batsman doesn't seem to mind. And he hits it down towards them. 1 bounce for 4. He doesn't mind at all. That was a lovely, fast hands. And that race to the boundaries. A bit of a power head of this Nathan Jones, isn't he?
Yeah, you spoke about it earlier, foreshadowed as to one of 2 gears. We are starting to see that second gear now from him. Is taking it up a notch. And there was a lot of width, just got underneath that one. It's a relatively risk-free cricket shot. Off camera, he has gone. Look for the big shot yet again over the bowler's head, and this time the finisher has been disturbed.
Yep, so it's 0 or 100 for Nathan Jones in terms of speeds, and that time going for the big shot over long on, I think, and he missed. Ben Rapson hit. Is it too little too late for New Zealand? I think it might be, but you never know. Nathan Jones, he did a good job, got himself up to 23 and got South Africa a lot closer to home. Gets a bit of a round of applause, but New Zealand, they will keep fighting and they'll just keep hoping and keep battling. But the bad news for them is that Jaco Castle, I think it is, coming to the wicket now, and he's averaging 185 in this tournament. A lot of not outs in there, admittedly.
There's a big hitter as well, is Jaco Castle. So it's a big wicket this for, well, all of them are big wickets for New Zealand right now at this stage, but this is a massive one. Jones has gone for 23 of 28, but a couple of lusty blows that I would almost say decisively have swung the game back into South Africa's favour. There's Jaco Castle's numbers, 185 runs, only been out once in the 5 innings to average that 185 strike rate of 81. Again, that would be more than enough to take his country over the line.
Werner Mullman is still there, 31 off 64. New Zealand just opened up one end, still getting 6 wickets for under 20 odd runs. That does sound very unlikely.
So please move away from our stuff, please.
So 6 for 0 that I spoke about earlier would take us to 132 for 9.
Yeah, now Yako Castle not as patient with the ball boys there as Nathan Jones was, saying you cannot stand there, young fellas. It's maybe a lesson that the ball boys should have been given before the game.
Throw the spanner in the works. How much of an effect did they have on that last ball?
Yako Castle straight into his work, goes back and pulls that one out to wide long on, takes 2. So I think we're going to see positive intent from Castle. He's not going to block his way to this total.
And more of that positive intent. Square drive.
That's lazy from New Zealand. They're going to pick up an overthrow here. Wiley shying at the bowler's end. That part was maybe okay, but Rapson wasn't expecting it, and the ball goes down to long on for a bonus single. Not what you want when you've only got 20 runs to play with.
Ooh. 64 balls later, still finding the outside, well, still beating the outside edge of Fernand Moorman.
He's been good today, Rapson, 2 for 25. Just about to finish his 7th over. Whacked down to long on. Just 1. End of the over. Yeah, so this tournament has been extremely well organised. It's been well covered, thanks to the good folks at Pitch Vision. They've done a wonderful job with the production side of things, bringing it to you around the world. For those who were involved in the tournament here in Cape Town, they've been treated to great organisation. Roger Malt, the tournament director, will receive a lot of accolades tonight, and well deserved. His organising team have been sensational. At the higher level, the International Masters Cricket Committee in its various forms has done a wonderful job as well. A newly formed organisation combining all 4 age groups. So things going well in the world of Masters cricket.
And with that thought in mind, what's been the moment for you? Moments of the World Cup, if I can call it that.
Let me think about that for a moment. Yeah, I think a couple come to mind. One was actually this morning with the anthems, New Zealand and South Africa, with a lot of people watching from the balcony. That was pretty emotional. A lot of tension at that point. So we see a beautiful shot for 6. Look out, kids. That is the shot of the day for me. That was a graceful inside out lofted off drive, and that with no real effort, it just sailed over the boundary.
Over the boundary rope for half, and as a touch straighter, they turn. They are looking for 2. They probably will get 2, and they will get 2. The running starting to be good as well.
Great batting in this over. And just quickly to finish off that answer, I think the other moment, Wayne, maybe the opening ceremony where the teams were marching through the V&A waterfront, wearing all their national number 1s, and all the regular people watching and applauding. That was pretty special as well. Another graceful off drive, which will bring 1. So what an innings from Fernand Moorman. He had a couple of slightly dodgy moments when he arrived, and then he survived that slow period where he batted with Brandon Buckley for a long time. But he has played a very mature innings, very wise, sensible, experience-based innings to bring South Africa to within a hair's breadth of winning this match. Just 12 more runs needed. And I think it's safe to say that they are going to win this game. It's just a matter of how many more balls it takes them. And it will be a well-deserved World Cup triumph for the South Africans. They came into the tournament probably as favourites. but then they lost that round robin game to New Zealand, and they had so they finished second, which meant they had to face England in the semi-final. England were the other fancied team, but they had a pretty good win against England in the semi-finals. Still, coming into this match, New Zealand would have perhaps been slight favourites given that they had that round robin win. However, South Africa have been clinical today. They bowled fantastically, kept chipping away at the New Zealanders, didn't let any big partnerships develop. Bowled the Kiwis out for 155, took advantage of the conditions early, and then they were assertive with the bat. They were cautious when they needed to be, but overall I'd say they are going to be deserved World Cup champions.
Yeah, on the day, by far the better team. I think in multiple departments, I think they proved that they were the better side today. Obviously, coming into today's fixture, you would have said maybe not. It's not the case. New Zealand had the batting lineup with more runs under the belt. Desperation shot this from Ben Rapson, but that one wrapped him outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be really picky with New Zealand, you'd say maybe they just lacked a little bit of penetration with the bowling. They've been reliant on the spinners to be economical, but they haven't run through teams, unlike South Africa. And when they come up against a really good batting lineup like South Africa's, it can be hard to take those quick wickets that they need. But the batting has been very good for New Zealand, maybe not so today. It was their toughest performance with the bat, but definitely deserved finalists, New Zealand, but just a step below South Africa overall. And swung away, it's coming down towards us. It probably won't reach it, the boundary.
Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. One of those are wides or byes. Umpire does say it's byes. It's only a couple byes.
South Africa just 7 away now. Heaps of time to do it. Will Mulman try and win this in just a couple of blows?
Ooh,
beaten.
Yeah, just beats his outside edge. He's not trying to do anything too industrious like Nathan Jones before him did.
Rapson's been accurate today. He's been honing in on the front pad. He's hit it a few times, shouted for LBW, but just got the one LB to go with the bold.
Yeah, I think it's been great all tournament, really, has Ben Rapson, not just with the bat, the ball in hand as well. He's taken a few catches in the slips. He's one of the many shining lights from New Zealand's tournament.
Yes, they have had a lot of positive features, including Farhan Mirza, who's going to be Peter Connell's last throw of the dice. I think another key for the South African chase has been that every one of the top 5 batters has reached double figures. No one's reached 50, but if you contrast that with the New Zealand innings, 3 of the top 5 failed to reach double figures.
Yeah, Meza, it's not for 7 in his 4 overs. Super economical. Just, the word you used earlier was penetration, just not penetrating enough. I think that might have been the problem for New Zealand in general today. Jaco Castle for face of the bat. It's a dot ball. Just 7 away now. Look, crackheads. Scott Mara hugging the edge of the 30-yard circle. It's easy runs if you call quickly enough. That's what the South African pair did there. And there is 150. This game could be ended in 1 ball now.
Yeah, New Zealand really needed, probably in hindsight, another 50 runs. We were talking about 180 as being a defendable target. I think 200 would have tested the South Africans.
Yeah, definitely, but also situational, well, batting situationally. Obviously, South Africa would have been 130 for 6 and hitting 180. Would have been a different ball game altogether then.
Yep. Well, if ifs and buts were sweets and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. 156 is the target. Here's trying everything he's got. Nothing going New Zealand's way at the moment. Really clinical performance from South Africa. They did have a slow period in the middle overs, but they weathered that. Oh, full toss, which goes back towards Mirza. Can't get a hand on it, hits the stumps, breaks those. So the final rites of this match about to be administered. Just 4 more runs required. South Africa are within 1 hit of victory, 1 hit of World Cup glory.
Yeah, standing aloft as the best, in inverted commas, the best over 40s.
I think you can say you're the best if you win the World Cup.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Pakistan and West Indies choosing not to attend this World Cup. Well, that's their decision, their loss. All the best teams in the world are here. And South Africa rising to the top, the creme de la creme. You can see the South Africans lined up on the boundary. They're ready to come swarming in and congratulate whoever hits the winning runs. I'm sure that'll happen.
That's just a matter of minutes away. Oh, and that just goes over the off stump too. Could have been, probably should have been a wicket, that.
I think Jacko Kasu might have seen the guys and he was like, I want the glory here. Tried to hit it over the top for 4. Made no contact. So South Africa now just 3 runs away.
I see a few over 50s as well with those guys. Good camaraderie between the 2 vets teams for the South African team.
Oh, again, similar shot from Mulman this time. Not able to get bat on ball. So the inevitable being delayed slightly. Maybe eyeing that gap behind cover. Goes for it again. This is coming down towards the boundary. Will this be the winning runs? I'm pretty sure it will because there's no one within Kui. The batsman has his arms aloft. They're going to turn for 3. They come back for 3. Delightful, the South Africans. Look at them pumping the air. They're overjoyed. Here come the players storming onto the field. I'm going to let Wayne describe the scenes here.
Absolutely magical scenes for South Africa and the South African fans. Got a few fans running onto the field, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa are your IMC over 40s world champions for 2024. It's a real moment, this, not just for the players, but for the fans, the kids, the ball boys, everybody is in that huddle. Big moment, this, for South African cricket.
Yep, congratulations. Huge achievement for South Africa. That's wonderful. I'm very happy for them. Despair for the New Zealanders. They tried so hard. They fought well right through this tournament. They were one of the form teams, but just outplayed today by a better South African team. Look at all those flags waving, all the children on the field. Delight amongst these players. I mean, these are guys in their 40s and they were whooping and hollering like little kids when they won that game. It's just fantastic to see the passion that there is. They're souveniring stumps now. Isn't it wonderful to see that you don't lose that passion and competitive edge just because you're a wee bit older?
No, not at all. It's beautiful. It's what we love about sports. Everybody acts like a 15-year-old when you're on the sports field, and you can see it there. All the South Africans overjoyed. And they would have seen their over 50 compatriots lose it last year. And what a feeling this is for them this year.
Yeah, the players shaking hands now, just showing that camaraderie element that we talked about throughout the tournament. Great spirit. A lot of the players know each other quite well on different teams, and they've had a great opportunity to rekindle some old friendships, make some new ones. Just so many positives coming out of this tournament. As we mentioned, the children getting involved, the kids of the players are here today. They were lining up for the anthems, and congratulations once again to South Africa, deserved winners of the first over 40s Cricket World Cup. You can see what it means to them. Look at the players there embracing. This is not just some social old man's tournament. This is huge for them. The partners here, they're delighted. Everyone's really invested in this tournament, and this meant a real lot to all of the teams that were here.
And a word for the unfortunate finalists. Won't be an easy one for New Zealand this to take.
No, it won't. They were confident going into today. They really felt that they were a very, very good chance of winning this match and therefore the tournament. And they have played extremely well. Not much between the top 4 teams, I'd say. New Zealand, South Africa, Australia and England. Any of the 4 could have won. South Africa, the deserved winners though. They were too good for New Zealand today. Let's just talk about some of the scores. New Zealand scored 155. Top score Hardeep Singh with 55. Bo Dench 25. And Nick Smith 23 not outs. 2 wickets to each of Daniel Steyer, Lundi Mbani, Abdul Aziz Tamor and Peter Boyson. 155, never enough. As you see the New Zealand players receiving a warm round of applause from the spectators as they head off the field. And then South Africa coming out needing a potentially tricky 156 to win. They got off to a solid start and New Zealand chipped away, but they were never really threatening to win the game. And Werner Moorman batted very maturely to score 45 not out from 81 deliveries. Some impetus from Nathan Jones there towards the end, 23 off 28. Ben Rapson bowled well, 2 for 30. But it's going to be a big night here at Western Province Cricket Club. If you've been with us all day, wherever you are around the world, and I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. If you're a South African, you'll be especially delighted with the result. We've had great support throughout the day. We appreciate that. And just before I head off to join the players in the pavilion, I'd like to thank Wayne and the Pitch Vision team for hosting me over the last 2 weeks. It's been a lot of fun, guys, and really impressed with all the coverage. Thanks to everything that you guys have done. Thanks to the World Cup organisers. The tournament has been fantastic. Thank you to the sponsors. Maybe Wayne will list those off again. Thank you to all the teams for coming, and thank you to everybody around the world for supporting international Masters cricket. Long may it continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim Morrison. You've been absolutely fantastic for this whole tournament. Big congratulations yet again to South Africa. You see them basking in the moment, enjoying it. Big shout out to all the sponsors. You see them on screen. SM Cricket, Vita 24, Sisonke Tourism and Travel, Devil's Peak Lager, Pitch Vision Sports Technology, and the City of Cape Town for hosting us. It has been an absolutely magnificent IMC over 40's Cricket World Cup. We are not done. We will bring you the closing ceremony later on. Right now, we'll leave you with the pictures of South Africa, your IMC over 40's World Champions. Receiver.
What sound am I receiving?
You're receiving cam 3, Steven. Siyamuzwa ukuthi makakhuluma.
Ngibadile utshela nami.
Do we still have somebody up there on 2?
Huh?
Do we have somebody up on 2?
He's up
Tell
there.
him to zoom in some more.
Yeah, I'll tell him now.
Do you have full trees? If in not the planes, full trees.
Yeah, come in. Yes, that's exactly what we were asking about. Hence sibuza uba unayo into for real kunjani. Hence uwena bebuza uba unayo igizo apho kuwe.
You know the only thing we were missing
Zip,
there
Wayne.
is winner.
Zip.
Yeah? Oh, under highlights, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Prepared, Versi?
Alright, okay.
No, value results, but that's the. We like to end the window over 40's World Cup. Done.
Bandile yehla. Bandile yehla.
The Welsh, boy, only the Welsh.
But they've been drinking them for.
Yeah.
Them boys been
It
drinking.
was yesterday when I finished my game with them.
Yeah, those boys were drunk when they came here already.
Those boys were drunk by the time I left. I finished picking up, they were already done, bro.
So they were having a few already.
They were on like number.
Oh yeah, they were playing Slim, right?
Yeah.
That's why they lost. Who was playing Slim? They were playing Namibia, sorry. I knew they were in the final.
Being of the glasses from all the the future.
Here at the beautiful Western Province Street Ground. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of the presentation, which of course includes this shiny cup and we've got this Andy Block. A couple of thank yous. First of all, to Steve Brockman as chairman of Western Province Street Club, the way you presented your club, the way you presented the weekend, and the way you did all hospitality. Thank you very much. The employees, Daniel and Peter, thank you very much. Stellar performance and congratulations. To the scorers who never put wrong, never got a run or a sundry out of place, congratulations and thank you. And to all the sponsors, we have a big debt of gratitude to you for supporting our product. So thank you to all the sponsors. Now, on the official result to, as I say, the inaugural Over 40s World Cup held on the 1st of March 2024 at the Western Province Cricket Club in South Africa is I declare the winner South Africa to win the game by 6 wickets. And may I ask Peter to come from the New Zealand team to the dais as the captain of the New Zealand team. We all know that in international sport, New Zealand as a country, in terms of their population, play way above their weight in everything they do, whether it's cricket, rugby, Olympics, swimming, and we are all in awe of New Zealand because they just never give up. They always turn up for the fight. Today they turned up, they were in the fight, they fought as hard as they could. And we, Peter, we salute you and your team for the most magnificent spirit and fighting attitude and effort you did. And commiserations, but Peter, come forward and say a few words.
Thanks, Hello. Thanks to Western Province Cricket Club. Lovely place to play, as have all the venues been with this amazing table mountain. To all the teams, congratulations for making it here, for efforts, getting your team together, all the sacrifice, and I hope you've all enjoyed the tournament as much as we had. To our lads, really proud of you all, as of many people back home. You proved to all of them why you're here, why you're the best 16, and not one of you should have your head down, even though we probably disappointed ourselves a little bit today. It's certainly heads off to these guys over here at Green. We knew they'd be tough competitors, and they came at us hard with the ball, and we just weren't good enough today. We would have liked to have maybe we gave you probably a couple of soft wickets, and from there we made it hard on ourselves, and we try to fight hard, as you said, Silo. It's in our spirit, as are in many of these teams here, but we just didn't have enough on the ball. But you're most certainly the better team on the day, and we salute you as winners of the tournament.
Thank you, Peter. Very magnanimous words. So what we've witnessed here today is something very special. Last year in the Over 50s World Cup at Newlands, unfortunately, South Africa did not win that cup. It was a big disappointment to the players, obviously, but this time South Africa had a chance through their Over 40s team to make amends. And Warren, to you and your team, a magnificent display of cricket. The way you bowled, the way you fielded, the way you threw yourself around on the field, the way you threw and ran after the ball, it showed that you were going to give it your very best shot. You were not going to leave anything in the locker room. And more importantly, the scenes of joy that we witnessed when the winning run was hit was just pure joy. to see a country like yours come together, despite all the races and the religions and all the groups and the cultures, to come together as one like that and to win, and the pure joy and happiness on your faces will live in my memory until I take my last breath. So congratulations.
Yes!
So I ask Warren to come forward and say a few words on behalf of the winning team.
Let's go, South Africa! Now
Thanks very much, Sterling. Just firstly to Western Province Cricket Club, Steve Kaufman and everyone here. Absolutely fantastic day out. I know the last one was at Innings, and it felt like we were at the Coliseum today with all the support. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming. Thanks for all the support. Then to Pete and the New Zealanders, you guys had a fantastic tournament. I mean, you literally just lost one game, which was today, and you won everything else. You beat us convincingly in the last game, so we level up now. But well done, guys, well played. You're a great bunch of lads, and good luck for the next one. Let's hope we're all back at the next one somehow. And I think lastly to my guys and the whole team and everyone, all of the families that we had too. So, we said how proud we were to be here and represent our country and be the host to look after the team that he has as well. So I think we've done magically well. We've managed to win the trophy, and I said in our last little chat, let's do it for our country and do it for our families as well, which we have done. So truly proud. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so some individual trophies now. First of all, the losing the team, the man of the match in the losing team is Hardeep Singh. Congratulations, Hardeep. He scored 55 runs. Kept the early innings together as glue. Now the winning man of the match from the South African team is Dan. In the spirit of cricket, which is what this product's all about, we can play hard, we can try our very best, but we've got to rise above the hard and the challenges, and we've got to be dignified and we've got to be respectful to each other, and that's what this mature Masters cricket is all about. I want to congratulate both teams and every team in the competition for playing with dignity and respect for the whole 2 weeks. We've played 42 games on 16 rounds. Every one of those games was televised live around the world with commentary, and today there were over 1,000 viewers around the world watching this game. So, in relation to the spirit of cricket, today's spirit of cricket goes to the scorers, actually, wherever you are. Warren, can you come forward? Warren, on behalf of the International Masters Cricket and all of us, congratulations. a magnificent win, and you truly deserve to be world champions in the over 40s age group category. Congratulations.
Guys who don't drink, please out. Guys who don't drink, I want a champagne for
Okay, dankie. Bye. All over. I'm